in the middle of the night. And that's my cross to bear.
Okay. So, welcome back. When last we saw our heroes, you made your way back to Lion's Arch after successfully defeating the Elder Dragon Zaitan. There was a brief disturbance on the long journey, which we calculated out is actually an 8-day trip. But we will say that having arrived in the city, you've got like a handful of days immediately at your disposal, but the grand total of time, I would say, is about a week and 3 or 4 days before people from the Pact are supposed to report back in for new assignments. With that, after a long, exhaustive party where the night did indeed bleed into the next morning, uh, you are able to take a long rest during that day if you wish, uh, waking up kind of in the evening, but then you have some time on your hands. Trollskull Six. How, pray tell, would you care to spend it? Oh, actually, before we start that, I do want to clarify the whole process of leveling up. So the idea I have in my head, it's an alternate thing from the DMG, which in that particular philosophy, I suppose, there's like a mechanical number of like you have to spend X number of days and X number of gold per level to do some training, do some research, do some stuff. But you're not you're not learning all of your new stuff in that little tiny bit of time. Although as you get higher levels, I think the time actually dilates out and it's much longer. It's like weeks. But the idea isn't that you're like suddenly learning this from like a day that you spend doing a thing. It's more the way we're doing it. It's more of a narrative tool to say like from the last time we leveled up to this time, a lot of crazy stuff has happened. And here in the next couple of days, you've already had a lot of experience and a lot of learning, and while you're playing in that space, it always kind of keep an eye on where you might want to go, and that will help you kind of inform character decisions and flavor that you might want to add when you do stuff. But then like over these couple of days of downtime, you're looking back on those experiences and maybe taking those and then applying them through training or research or introspection, meditation, or just taking some time to not pursue like the daily grind. So instead of, going out on a bender or doing a business thing or something like that, you're kind of taking time away from adventuring to apply the lessons you've learned while adventuring. And that's more of what the goal is, just to kind of make sure we're all on the same page. That being said, you've got a couple of days here. You could immediately set out and do vacation stuff if you want to. You don't have to do you level up immediately, but you won't level up until you do. So, who would like to go first and describe their period of growth?
I'm chill to go. Mine's not
Yeah.
very hard, I think. So for my level 16 power up, I decided that maybe I was not beefy enough, and ergo I chose an ability score improvement of Constitution. And in order to accomplish this, Kitri, after all of these expeditions and
Beatings.
well, especially the encounter with Zaitan and like having to like go all the way down in those ruins, she's seeks out Brina specifically, and she says, "Hey, so I've been having trouble like keeping up a little bit when we're out working. Just sometimes climbing up the stairs even to get to like our rooms is like an effort. I was just wondering if you would start like training me in the mornings maybe, or like I don't know. I'm not the most agile.
Me.
But
Thinking like CrossFit, Pilates, like are you trying to be stronger? Are you trying to be faster? Like what you thinking?
um, I'd like to be able to like maybe better hold my own, take more, more of a punch, so to speak.
Okay.
Really not be quite as wiped out when I get like smacked with something or hit with a dragon's breath. But so I
Okay,
don't really
sure.
know. Like I don't know fitness or training. I really honestly I just was born this way.
And
Haha.
like this year too. That's okay.
But yeah, I whatever you think would be like a good training regimen, like I honestly will just like do whatever you say.
Oh, okay. Let me think. I think you could use some work on endurance. Like you said, going up the stairs hard. I'll be the first to admit, And
Does it ever get
exercise.
easier?
Nah, I mean like
Oh,
sometimes it's just like not fun. But
oh.
eventually if you have long legs you can skip like 2 or 3 at the time. But that's not important.
So should I focus on like trying to get my legs longer?
No, that would be silly. I don't think that is possible. But
Okay.
we could do some like hill sprints, go over to the dumpster part of town and just start running. Let's start on a little jog, okay?
Okay.
Running in the morning.
Uh-huh.
And then we need to go into kind of a strength-based regimen as well. So we could hit up the arena, and then we'll work on kind of a regimen for you by yourself. So maybe some push-ups, sit-ups. Most of the time my strength training is just like throw. Oh, Kitri! All right, here's the deal. We're gonna go on a run and then we'll throw some shit in the river. That has always worked for me. You do some over, you do some under, and that's like kind of a full body thing. If you really, I got to do the squats. It is like a full.
Okay. I mean,
Burpee.
I'm trusting you on this. You're
Right.
you're the expert.
All right, bright and early tomorrow morning.
Looking
Meet me downstairs. We'll go on a little jog all the way
Okay.
to the harbor, and we'll get into some hijinks.
Okay.
Brita's also gonna bring the whistle that oh shit, I can't even remember her name. It's
Yeah.
horrible.
Cora.
Cora.
Laura got us to like run drills with Petrie.
Let's do the pacer test.
The fitness grand pacer test. We'll do like the football boys thing where they run and like try and push each other, but that was just like with me, I think.
I'm just like running into Brina then.
Yeah. We do like a full gym class in the mornings if you're up for it, Petrie.
But yeah, no, she's gonna try and start doing this like every day to get better.
I'm picturing the man in black trying to lift Fezzik in The Princess Bride.
Oh,
Are you toying around with me or what? Just want to make sure you're doing well.
yes.
Fucking Brina CrossFit of like throwing things in the river. Just like
The world is your gymnasium. Brina like sits down and scribbles out like a fitness regimen for Kitri to like 3 sets of 20 push-ups in the morning or whatever. I don't fucking know. I painfully don't know how to exercise, so translating this in RP is a little silly, but
So Kichu starts taking her endurance training and physical training regimen very seriously. I dig it. And you have taken a lot of punishment since the last time you leveled up, so cool. Very cool.
yeah.
I decided I didn't want to just have barely over 100 hit points. I was
Solid
like,
plan.
I only
Oh,
have
yeah.
one ability at 20, so everything else is nowhere near.
I get it.
But yeah, mine's short and sweet. She's gonna get her fitness gains.
Awesome.
It's bulk season. I don't know.
What
What does that mean?
Our blood. I don't know.
How does a plant bulk out?
I have more
Lots of water and
Bathing.
lots of-
more chlorophyll.
Yeah.
And
very
more
very veiny plant.
more photosynthesis, more nitrogen fixation.
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
Walking
Dude,
around
the
like digging your toes into the dirt.
Lots of like turgid pressure, drinking a lot of water. Lots of water.
Lots of water. Hydrating's most important thing you can do.
Yes.
Just a
Yeah,
permanent camel
water
pack.
weight for Keytree does translate.
It's
to muscle.
literally like 99%.
It's a good thing.
Yeah, and constitution, like endurance training, is mostly like running stuff anyway. So it's more like an internal thing. Yeah, that fits really well.
Rita's
I mean, her strength is still like super low, so it's I guess it's more cardio than weights.
We're whipping you into shape. You can
It's
hold
fine.
your own.
It'll be okay.
Who would like to go next? Okay, I can just start calling people from
I
left to
mean,
right.
I can go. Mine is also fairly straightforward. I took the stat increase as well. I took 1 point in Dex and 1 point in Wisdom. As far as how that looks narratively, I think Rita's trying her best to grow up a little bit. So the next time she's hanging out with the Abyss, she's doing her work. I'm kicking it. I think Rita's trying to like take a little bit of interest in like the work that she's doing and like the kind of theory behind it all and how that would translate into like incorporating some of Lissa's stuff into her fighting elements and stuff, be it through dexterity or some of the wisdom that the Abyss can impart.
I want this to be like Brina reading a self-help book or like Lissa for dummies.
Lissa's theology for dummies. Kind of like trying to gain some insight from the people already in her life, but more purposeful instead of just kind of being there and kicking it. Although she is a big fan of being there and kicking it. Plenty of that.
Well, and the Abyss herself has a lot of physical exercise regimens to keep herself in good shape, but it's not free weights. It's not bulking. It's tone and endurance and dexterity.
Yeah.
For the most part.
Yeah.
So as you describe your trials in ore, she can use her training to kind of inform on the work that you're going to do, working with yourself. As far as wisdom, being in a monastery, you are often surrounded by people with a much more spiritual bent, and not just spirituality, but presence in the moment. People whose personalities are the result of long hours of meditation. There are quite frequently places in the cenobium where monks lead guided meditations, and the abbess herself is, of course, a master. So certainly able to get lessons. Yeah.
Yeah. I think some more like intentional introspection instead of like panicked introspection or forced introspection due to circumstances. I think she's trying to get to more of a preventative point of view when it comes to both combat and just like, I don't know, we killed a fucking elder dragon and there's more of them to go. So like being a bit more intentional, especially with like everything she learned from the Coden, trying to incorporate that as well. Yeah. And then she'll probably tap like Birdie later in the week for like dex practice, kind of. Because he's got a little acrobatic body. He's like a little gymnast, and I don't know.
It's very slippery, hard to get a hold of.
Slippery bastard.
The mobility.
I think
very
what
mobile.
what Birdie would do, what Birdie would do is like I know you've all seen them on Marshall's campus, I think, where they set up one of those walking wires between the trees.
Oh, the
or
slack
something.
line?
Yes.
Yeah, the slack line. Everybody's like, all right, just we're gonna do this, and he's got like pretty high acrobatics, and so he kind of like scampers across, and he's like, all right, now you do it, and he like watches for a little bit as she like gets the hang of it, and then he's probably just like strumming on his lute or something over in the corner as Brina like does
Great
that for a
vibes.
while.
Slacklining on the quad, dude.
Yeah.
I think the first try or two Brina would snap the slack line just straight down the middle.
He'll use his pigments to create like some kind of fucking like steel weave slack line for you.
Yeah,
A
I
really
think just
tight braid.
try to get more balance in all aspects of the stuff she's doing, except for intelligence and except for charisma. She's still stupid in a lot of ways. So, but yeah, fairly simple, fairly straightforward. But that's what she would spend the next week or so doing.
Okay.
I can go next.
Right.
Mine's pretty simple. For the most part, the first day I wanted to send a message to Elise to see if she could meet that afternoon, and then to send messages to Roland and is it Anissa or just Anise? It's kind of Anise, right? Okay. And then to send a message to Roland and Anise to see if there would be a time, sometime during like that 3-day span that I could actually meet with them together.
Sorry, I'm writing down some notes.
Oh, you're fine.
You want to send a message to Elise first?
Yeah, to Elise first.
And what do you want to tell her?
Just to see if she would be available to like go grab lunch or something, or grab like a little picnic.
I'll just want to get a third date.
Yeah, certainly easily done. She's got her day job, but there are other people who work there. She's got some help. So
I figured bakeries close fairly early in the day a lot of time. You know,
yeah,
they're up early. But I think he kind of goes to her and I don't know, feel like it's been kind of a heavy couple weeks in terms of like the adventure.
yeah.
And kind of wants to talk to her knowing like she wasn't a huge fan of the adventure, and just kind of talk about, I guess wasn't entirely sure we were going to live through that one, so that was a little bit frightening. Didn't really think about it in the moment. Most of the time we kind of go on our quests and things, and like it's normally just us, so we don't really die. But kind of we finished with the dragon and came back up, and I guess especially seeing like the carnage on the way to the dragon, and then especially after, was a bit more of a realization of just how deadly these things are. And it's a little hard, I guess, to adventure sometimes, because I know like you're here and Roland and everybody else is here, but I don't know, I feel like I want to keep adventuring. It's just sometimes I don't quite feel as tough as some of my friends, like Kala went through a lot of shit as a kid, very, very tough. And Barina had a brother that got corrupted by a dragon. And I mean, she still kicks people's asses. And Kitri's been alive for like a year and's already slain a dragon. So that's a pretty good track record. Bertie had horrible parents and, I mean, basically flew back into a city full of people adoring him. It's a very Bertie thing to do. And Alexa also kind of went through her own personal tragedy and has used it to help other people. And I don't know, I feel like this most recent experience reaffirms for me that I want to help them and like I want to continue that fight, but that I still have a long way to go, that it's not always going to be kind of the fun, silly games that sometimes we make it to be. And I don't know, I just felt like you're a good grounding force, because I know you're not super caught up in all the like, oh, you're an adventurer, that's so cool stuff. But I don't know, I just felt like it would be nice to get to see you and be a little grounded for once.
She says, well, I certainly don't carry a poster of you around in my back pocket.
Damn.
Oddly specific.
She hurts every time.
She would say, though, that the work that the Trollskull Six does is incredibly important. And that it's a little odd when people like start talking about you guys, because people do, just on the street or in the bakery, or when she goes out to a restaurant, or is hanging out with her friends. And anyone who knows that she is connected to you will often ask, like, what are they like? What are things? And like, just try to get any sort of extra information. And she rolls her eyes a little bit when she says that, but she also would want to make sure that you know that it doesn't bother her. Like, sometimes it can be a bit much when it happens all day, but she's proud to have some kind of connection to the people who are doing that kind of good work. And she tells you that she has spent a bit more time lately going to drop by your folks' house,
Mhm.
just to kind of keep tabs on them and make sure that they're okay while you're gone. And that it's given her an opportunity in talking with them to ask those sort of weird philosophical questions, like, well, what I would do if I had crazy, superhuman, magical powers. You know, she's always admired your ability with the arcane. It's a really neat thing, and not everybody can do that. And even if they can, not everybody has the focus and the determination to pursue that and master that very difficult craft. But especially after talking with Roland about what little he could tell her about his job, she thinks that if she were in a similar position, she would feel obligated to be doing what you guys are doing, putting all of her strength and ability as best as she's able toward noble goals, helping people, protecting people who, like her, currently are unable to defend themselves against things like horrifying, mind-breaking elder creatures from the distant past who could destroy the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that last bit comes out like a little begrudgingly, but you can tell there's just like this shadow behind it all of an admiration.
Yeah, and so I think kind of at the end of their conversation, he would kind of wrap up just by saying, but I think once we've finished with the dragons and everything has kind of come to an end, I think as long as my friends are alive and I'm alive, I think I might be done with adventuring for a while. I think I'm kind of ready to settle down maybe once the world isn't so crazy as it is now. So maybe we can go on a trip or something together when that time comes. I think that would be pretty nice.
She knits her eyebrows together. You can see she's thinking. You've seen this pensive expression on her face all your life. You know that she makes it when she's considering something of importance. And after a moment of kind of like staring up, I assume you're in the garden at the top level of the upper city, the big pavilion.
Yeah.
So hanging overhead is this massive structure, this orrery, this model of stars and celestial bodies that sort of is constantly in a slow rotation overhead. And she kind of looks up at it while she's thinking. And she tells you that in a soft voice. Like normally she's fairly blustery and she's got a bit of an attitude. But when she says this, she gets kind of quiet and very soft spoken, and you can see that she's being very sincere. She tells Galatar that she always looks forward to a time when they can spend more time together. That would be lovely. That she is here for that. She wonders, when the threat of the Elder Dragons is no longer something that the world is constantly in a state of worry about. It's unlikely that no other threat will arise.
Mm-hmm.
So she's cautiously optimistic but she like reaches out and puts like a gentle hand on yours and just says she wouldn't want you to feel obligated by a promise should something arise, and that at that point, like if you and the Trollskull Six destroy or otherwise handle all of the Elder Dragons, like at that point you will be one of the most powerful mages in the world. Not even the Countess or Queen Jenna would be able to easily oppose you. That thought alone kind of worries her, because it's a lot of power, and she's keeping an eye on you. She's glad you reach out from time to time, because it helps her kind of gauge how that newfound power is affecting you. But she wouldn't want you to feel like you couldn't lend your massive power and skill to serious problems, and that you know, death is clearly an option with what you guys have been dealing with, especially the story you just told her about Orr. You know, hundreds, maybe 1,000 people died from the pact. The fact that you guys survived is miraculous. In all likelihood, you know, by her estimations, one of you or more of you are unlikely to survive all 5 Elder Dragons. It's just a serious enough threat that the mathematics, you know, kind of don't bear that out as a whole party survival situation. But it could be, and she hopes it is. So you can see as she goes on, like she gets to a state that you've seen her in, but very rarely, where she's just kind of rambling. But the punchline is she looks forward to spending time with you, and she hopes that at some point you do earn a bit of peace and respite from constantly struggling to save and do the right thing. But she is open to the idea that in your retirement from adventuring, the call may open up and you may be, you know, disappearing from time to time to do dangerous things, and that's a choice that she is willing to live with.
Yeah, I think Galatar is very grateful to her, and then offers to like walk her back to the bakery or whatever, and just kind of spend the rest of the afternoon with her. And then whenever I guess Anise and Roland would be available, kind of in that 3 or 4 day span, he'd want to go talk with them too.
Yeah, easily enough. Anise, like when you message her, Anise just comes back with like a sharp kind of reply, like, yeah, I'll get right back to you, you know, because she's a busy woman. But she sends like I'd say she'd probably send like an emissary or something to schedule something. She doesn't really have a secretary, so to speak, but she has underlings who could do that sort of thing for her.
Fair enough.
I would say since you'd be in Divinity's Reach meeting with Elise, she'd probably send someone to gather you and Roland together, put something on the books, and then did you want to meet them both together?
Yeah, so he just wanted to meet them both together, and we don't need to roleplay or anything, but it's more to figure out just sort of working on polishing the blade song technique itself, especially wielding Omen now. And the sword, while being proficient with it, is still a little bit different than like, you know, the rapier he's used to, and so sometimes maybe the form's a little bit off and not quite as smooth or efficient as it otherwise might be. And so just kind of working on polishing that and really starting to master sort of the final parts and sort of the most, I guess, minute details of that technique.
Okay, I had forgotten. It is a long sword, but it makes you proficient.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so you are proficient with it, but like the weight and balance and stuff would still be.
Yeah. No, it's
different.
a clever way of looking at it. I like that. So yeah, and I would say this time Roland doesn't take you to the sort of hidden basement lair of the Agent of Whispers named Willow, the Sylvari woman that you'd met before. This time, because you're going through him and Anise combined, they understand the nature of your request, and Anise is certainly amenable given the work that you and your friends are doing right now. So they actually take you up to the upper city, there is a building that's sort of adjacent to and built onto the palace grounds where the Shining Blade and others are able to come in and train physically with a variety of rooms with different scenarios and equipment. And they're able to spend a couple of hours with you sitting down and talking through the more philosophical fine points of blade song technique and what that has meant over time and how to adjust the problems that you're having. Yeah.
Perfect. And then with all that, Galatar will take, so he'll be taking the skill expert feat with a bonus to dexterity, and then also with expertise and performance to reflect like the blade song, since that's where he gets his performance bonus from, and then also gain proficiency and persuasion to kind of reflect the change in like his force of will, or at least his commitment to like knowing what he wants to do and then be done with it. And then the rest of the couple days we'll spend kind of going through those books from Orr, probably with Burkhard over a cup of coffee.
Yeah. Do you remember which books you got from Orr? Did you write that down?
Yes, I can tell you. 1 second. They were
Was this the Magical Wonders of Orr?
yes. It's the
Mysteries of
Magical
Serpent
Wonders of
Folk?
Orr, the Origins of the Serpent People.
Mysteries
something
of
like
the
that.
Serpent Folk.
Oh, Histories of the Serpent Folk, and then there's one other.
Mysteries.
Mysteries.
Yeah. And then the Foundations of Orr.
Yes, that's correct.
So yeah, so the Magical Wonders of Orr is a collection of interviews with Orion archmages who discuss their studies of ancient magic from cultures that didn't exist in the world anymore. You are able to kind of suss out with your high intelligence and vast historical knowledge that they talk about their own studies of magic, spells, techniques, and rites and rituals created by the Mersat, but they don't call them the Mersat. They have like a different name for them, but you're able to kind of determine that that's what they mean. And also another race that they just call the Seers.
Does that register any bells or anything from any historical readings or anything like that with the Seers?
Make a history check for me.
So 17.
17. You recall that there was a creature referred to as the Seer in the historical account of the conclusion of the Flameseeker prophecies. This was a group of heroes that went. They did a lot of stuff, but at the end of the story, they end up in a volcanic island chain out in the ocean, fighting against an undead lich of great power. The lich, formerly known as Vizier Kilbron, the Archmage of Orr, and when they were going to do this, it brought them into conflict with the Mersat, who had a very devastating, like, special kind of magic all their own that just crippled their enemies. It was very difficult to overcome. It made them very deadly foes. Consulting with the Seer led this group of heroes to the Crystal Desert, where they were able to undergo a ritual of ascension that gave them a sort of immunity to the Mersat's magic, or at least gave them like a resistance to it in D&D terms.
Gotcha.
So the Magical Wonders of Orr talks about these archmages, their study of the ancient magics from the Mersat and the Seers, and how they used that to create arcane objects of fantastical power. The Mysteries of the Serpent Folk sheds light on a race of creatures that the Orions called the Forgotten. They were a a race of potent spellcasters that once dominated the lands of Tyria. And there are a couple of sketches. These are snake-like serpentine creatures. They have snake-like heads, long snake-like bodies with a big long tail, no legs, and 4 arms. But they are drawn with a variety of kind of ornate and intricate sort of headdresses of like beads and jewels. Most of them carry a staff or a wand or some type of arcane focus. And it's largely a historical text, despite the name. But it talks about their magic being mostly ritual in nature, although they could cast very potent spells in their own right. One of the objects and the rites that they talk about is the altar of Glaust, Glaust. And they describe this altar as a great flat round stone surrounded by stone obelisks, and that the Forgotten built this thing, and it was part of a great ritual of the words don't translate well, but you get the connotation of dispel and clean, cleanse, purify, and it was a specially designed ritual. And in this book, they tell you that the Orion Archmages discovered this great stone altar and its obelisks, and they moved it to Ara. At that point, the Forgotten civilization had long crumbled. There were really no Forgotten to speak of around anymore. That's why they were called the Forgotten. So when they discovered this item, they kind of disassembled the stone circle and brought everything back to Ara and set it up.
Is there any, like, does it talk at all about why they sort of disappeared after, like, humans or anything? Like, did humans interact with them at all? Was there conflict and then the humans and the gods sort of cast them down? Or was this sort of like they had mostly disappeared before humans had even arrived?
This book would tell you that they mostly disappeared by the time human beings arrived in Tyria. There was a flourishing civilization of them in an area called the Crystal Sea, which, when the 5 human gods struck down Abaddon, the Crystal Sea was blasted and turned into the Crystal Desert by the cataclysm of that battle.
Gotcha.
Which led to most of them being wiped out.
You probably don't like humans. Okay.
One of the reasons that the human gods left Tyria.
That makes sense. And then I think the last one was the Foundations of Ore.
It's a straight historical account of the birth of the Orion Kingdom. It's pretty dull, dry. You know, it's just like reading a history book. It does describe the source of ore, those artesian waters beneath the city, and how its magical nature drew Dwayna there from the mists, and was the place that she first entered the world of Tyria.
Oh, cool. All right, that sounds awesome.
Okay. Who wants to go next? We've got Alexa, Bertie, and Kala.
I can go next.
Okay.
So I just increased Kala's wisdom score. So I think she just spent some time reflecting on what happened in Ore, seeing war firsthand, and like how many combatants are involved in that. Having to keep in her mind like all the moving parts when choosing a target, because you don't want to hit some targets, you want to hit other targets, and just having to keep like that presence of mind. And also that trap that totally surprised her. Like she knows there's a lot of things she doesn't know. There's like the known unknowns, like history and magic. But this was like a completely new thing, like a unknown unknown. And then
It's okay.
and it's just like changed her perspective, making her think that there's like those things you don't know, but you can't know what it is that you don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. So you just like spending time alone and thinking about it. I assume talking to Kolinar about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go tell him the story of like what actually happened in Or. You know, how Zaitan really died. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. He pays particular attention to the death of the dragon and how its body sort of rotted and dissolved away. He finds that interesting. Also, the description of the wizard's tower is extremely intriguing to him.
Try to give him as many details about Orion magic stuff as I can.
As you kind of wrap up your time with him, he says, "Yes, well, that is it's all very interesting. I'm keen to see the remnants of this engine of transformation. It sounds like it's been broken, but I imagine I can still learn something from it. It sounded like there were books and arcane trash lying around. You never know, one man's trash is another man's treasure, they say. Perhaps the Vizier left something there. I think I might return. Perhaps I could work something out with the Marshal."
I guess you could come to the bar and see the duck if you wanted.
I will. At some point, I will come and investigate that, yes. Take some readings and measurements. Absolutely intriguing. I was terribly sorry to hear about the bomb of necrotic energy. It's an old wizard's trick, but it sounds very potent.
Yeah, it was really unexpected.
Well, as it should have been. And he kind of walks you through the arcane ward, or the glyph of warding spell, and shows you like how he can put it inside a book and close the book, and you'd never know. There's literally no way to tell until you open the book, and then it's too late. But he kind of gives you a little lesson in how stuff like that works, so that you have a better understanding of it.
That's really it.
Okay. Yeah. Alexa or Birdie?
I'll go next. I think Birdie heads over to the Cenobium, where I think he's done a lot of his training and his soul searching, and I think he after getting hit with like 2 dragon blasts, probably still like hurts. I'd have to imagine. Like I feel like there's a hurt there that doesn't go away with magic. So I feel like he's like in probably like an ice bath or something, making sure the last little bruises or whatever are kind of getting stuff. And I think there's just this moment where he's just kind of sunk in this bath, and in his head he's like replaying all the times where he's holding on to a spell and he can see something coming for him, and he just kind of flinches out of the way and like gives up on the spell, and just to be able to like hold his, kind of shield his face kind of thing. And I think he's just kind of reflecting on that, and kind of now that he's been hit with, he's been in the breath of a fire. He's like, maybe I don't need to flinch like that. Kind of working it in his head how to hold on to that.
I like it. Yeah. What are you doing, an ASI or a feat?
Warcaster.
Oh, right. Yeah. I like that. That's good. Yeah. All right. Alexa.
I hope I can anchor this well then. I do have quite a couple things to do. We'll start with the boring stuff. I would like to also talk to Kolinar.
Okay.
I will just send him a quick mind message and ask him if he's available. Pop over. And I would like to talk to him about alternate planes. And if he knows of a way to make a fork for a different plane.
Ooh.
Or if there's any way to help make one or yada yada. But of course, I would like to turn that spell a little more offensive if possible.
Making notes.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I did not tell you about this beforehand.
All good. I'm trying to keep better notes because some sessions go by and I just don't write anything down. So he's happy to meet with you. He tells you that since the discovery by the esteemed Trollskull Six of the wreckage of the Brine Flayer, discovering that otherworldly entity has opened up realms of arcane possibility that prior to that he had been completely unaware of. Most mages, in his experience, had never really messed with the kind of multiplanar concepts that were pointed at by that sort of information. There are people who craft little demi-planes of safety and places to store things, yeah. And he kind of waxes philosophical about a bag of holding not being very different than your lifeboat, how it's all rooted in the same theoretical, bigger on the inside than the outside, semi-spatial, but to actually travel to other fully fleshed planes of near infinite space was something that most people didn't think was a thing. Like, there are stories about the afterlife. You know, each of the gods is said to have their own location, a little pocket carved out of the mists. And most people just think that's sort of a metaphor, or it's sort of an intangible thought, but he has been looking into this. This has been a sort of new area of focus for him. So he would sit down and explain that each, as far as he's been able to uncover, each world, each reality or each plane has its own sort of vibrational frequency. And you already know plane shift, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And you've got a prime fork.
Yes.
So he talks a little bit about that and about what you've already discovered. I'm not sure if he actually knows that spell, but he would talk a little bit about the not just the ways of changing the tuning of an iron or steel tuning fork, but that certain noble metals, you know, would lead to planes with a more positive theme to them or sensation to them, whereas there are darker materials that could be used potentially to access places like the underworld or places where Garenhoff and his reapers would hold sway, or even more terrible creatures yet. Say he rolled pretty high. I would say he would be aware of a handful of planes. Let me roll a die here. Okay. I would say that he would know. He has determined the appropriate tonal frequency of 2 different planes. Is there a plane in particular that you're looking for?
Whatever you think might be the unfriendliest. Oh, I just realized my camera's way fucked up. Hey, that's why I look so crazy. All right, anyways. Yeah, whichever sounds the worst.
Let me look through here real quick.
There was Squid Face Land.
Where the captain of the Brine Flayer came from?
Yeah.
So as that's right. Did he open a gate there?
He opened a gate
briefly?
to it, yeah. Something tried to crawl out, we kicked it back in.
Yeah, I thought so. There's something like that. Um,
That does sound unfriendly, unless you're an
Yeah.
anime.
shoot. Hang on just a sec. I thought I had a note about that elsewhere, but I guess I don't. So, yeah, I would say he knows the tonal frequency for the mists, which is effectively the astral sea,
Yes, yes.
and also what would effectively be the far realm.
Hmm.
Yeah, not. He would tell you that this plane that he had discovered based on his research into the brine flare and the accoutrement that that creature had gathered down below the city would probably be the most hostile of the two towards mortal kind.
Mm.
He would recommend that in order to build a fork attuned to that location, you may need to get a piece of unearthly metal from the wreckage of the brine flare.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll have to ask for
Which-
permission.
And he can help you with that. So it's there's a cost to that material component, right?
Yes.
It has to be like
I think it's
equal
a
to X or
150, 250.
okay. We'll say between Cole and R vouching for you and you being who you are, you know,
At this
and, like,
point.
everybody knows what you're doing. Yeah, Captain Magnus of the head of the Lion Guard. He would bring it before the Commodore. Probably get the blessing of Steward Gix from the Priory, but for 250 gold, yeah, they'll let you go down there and just like peel off a sliver of the metal, you know, or find the thing you need and grind it down to the appropriate specifications.
I have removed 25 platinum.
Rock on. You now have a tuning fork to transport people and objects to the far realm.
Far realm. Oh boy.
I get the sinking sensation that somebody's gonna fuck around and find out.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Alright, got that added to my inventory. And then for my next trick, I've also reflected on my recent little trauma, but more about thinking about, since it was not real trauma but sort of imposed trauma, I was thinking about the times I was visiting everyone's brains and reading their thoughts and like just really kind of learning how all the different races think and what's important to them. And then I'm going to use that in the most devious way, my newfound charisma, to go get myself laid. Let's chalk off all the races and just be like, play up each which one they like. You know, the Char love war, the Silvari are more into nature. We use all of our newfound power for pleasure.
A
That w-
scoundrel.
There are taverns aplenty in this city, and the people who come to Lion's Arch to live are very much more open-minded than they would be in their home cities. So yeah, a couple of days of real R&R and flexing that charisma. Sure. Did you just take a ASI for 2 charisma?
Yes.
Sweet. Were you not maxed already?
No.
Tight. So your spell save goes up by 1.
Yes. But I don't get any more
Fan-fucking-tastic.
spells, so that's why I didn't really do it sooner. It just
Okay.
yeah. But yes, now I'm at oh, where's my spell save? It's only 18. It should be 20, I thought.
I was say, do you have your thing equipped and attuned?
Oh, maybe it dropped attunement. For some reason. Oh yes, now it's 20. 12 and 20. It must have dropped attunement. Anyways. Yes.
Very cool.
Yes. And then, well, just the short beginnings of after all that fun, make a demi-plane from last downtime that I decided not to make, but I'm gonna make it now because I've had my fun. It's a playroom demi-plane for all extracurricular activities from now on.
Scoundrel!
Wow.
It'll be furnished with like 2 10-foot square purple rugs and heart shapes, you know, some
Love heart shapes.
tasteful art on the wall, a big oversized L couch, but this time in leather because it's
Oh my
easier
God.
to clean, of course.
Pulling our sex genes are there. It's a deep cut.
And I'll finish mine with that.
I assume breaking it in with, with your
yes.
guests.
Yes.
Are you sure your charisma stops at 20? I mean, you've got a sex dungeon. I feel like that should break the cap.
It's only there though.
Fair enough.
In that space, you have advantage.
There you go.
Oh man. Also, random note, just so that everyone's clear, magic items. I just had this. I saw Birdie rolling for the wrist rocket. So like, if an object has 7 charges and it regains 1d6 every day at dawn, if you only spend 1 charge, at the end of the day you have 6 charges. And so you roll your 1d6 plus 1, you get 1 back, so you have 7 full charges the next day. It's not 1d6 plus 1 is all you get each day. Just so everybody knows. I saw a post about that. I want to make sure everybody's clear.
Oh, like
I've
it
not
somehow
been doing that.
resets
Oh yeah?
to 2.
With
Yeah,
my whichever one of the necklaces uses like charges.
The prayer beads. Yeah, okay. Yeah, when it says it regains those, you still keep the ones you still have. Awesome, possum. I'm glad I said that then.
Oh yeah. I totally never thought of them like temporary hit points.
All right. So a couple of days to flex, to rest, to turn the eye inward, to consider your lives and what you've done and where you're going. Eventually, you will all, I imagine, come together at some point around the manor house, and you have about a week of time to kill. How would the Trollskull Six, now free of their obligations for the moment, how would the Trollskull Six spend their time for relaxation?
Okay, guys, but we've got to go to this wizard tower. I mean, I know I've been telling you about it for days, but it would just be such a cool way to spend some time.
Boring.
Ooh, is there like a pool at the wizard tower?
Yeah,
They've got like a bunch of elementals of all kinds, and it's a floating wizard tower. Brandon. Imagine how many church you could get for your family.
Yeah, if I wanted to take
They
a nap,
have,
I could stay here, Galatar.
They have swimming pools, like big stone fountains with water elementals who can like toss you around, give you massages, serve you drinks.
This is at the wizard tower?
Oh
So-
man,
so
this is
the-
like the tourist spot.
Yeah, they're like little pamphlets I would say Galatar could get.
Oh, I'm probably like handing them
yeah.
out, like doing the whole brochure description.
Are you
So-
making an itinerary?
No, but
Here-
at 7:30 we have massages if you would like to go.
So Garenhoff is it's on like a steep cleft between a high mountain and kind of like a rocky ridge that extend out into the sea. It's basically at the head of a fjord. So if you think of like the beautiful Norway fjords, it's kind of like that. It's not quite as long, but there are these two steep kind of cliff walls that go down, and the town is on either side with a little tiny kind of harbor down at the bottom where they charter like fishing boats and like coastal, boat rides and things like that for tourists. There is a famous inn and tavern called Fjordheart Hall, which is where most of the tourists stay, but you can also like barter for like Airbnb places where folks will just let you stay in places that they have set up for guests. There are massive fountains kind of perched. You've seen like videos and shit of like high-rise glass bottom pools from New York and stuff. It's without the glass. It's like they put it on the edge of the wall, because the city itself, like where it's built on the steep edges of this fjord, there are lots of levels and kind of switchback roads, and so you'll have a pool whose edge is just a sheer drop with a great view of the town below. Little channels for any oversplash of water to kind of channel away and not fall on people. But lots of villages, lots of village buildings, bakers, goods. It's kind of touristy. It's a place where a lot of wealthier people go to kind of get away from the crowded cities. But its claim to fame is in two parts. There is a massive floating stone island, for lack of a better term, with a high marble wall around the edge, and inside is a massive manor house with a enormous marble tower on the inside. It kind of like sticks up over the edge, so you can see it from the town below, and it floats like several hundred feet above the fjord. The island itself is kind of like anchored to one of the cliff walls by these massive, long iron chains. And the wizard who lives there, Isgaren, is known for providing the town with permanent, tame, like obedient elementals. So like there are earth elementals kind of patrolling the streets and standing at the gates. There are water elementals often in the fountains or like wells, and even in the nearby ocean, that help the people. Air elementals kind of provide different services, deliveries, or like fanning people with light breezes, if it's a hot summer day. Fire elementals are popping up, and even lesser elementals like mephits, little impish creatures that can do smaller tasks like light stoves or just sit there and hold pots and heat them. It's a very strange and magical place.
Does the labor feel exploitive, or is it like they're excited to be there?
You don't know.
Oh
You've never been there.
God.
Okay.
I mean, they get to serve a purpose for which they were created.
I want to go.
Is there like
It's got
there's
me
like
sold.
is this like an all expenses kind of inclusive? Is it like
I've heard they got a 3-day, 2-night package that you can do with some
Right.
drinks for free.
drinks? Yeah.
It's a little pricey, but I mean, it's all inclusive once
Well,
you pay that amount.
yeah.
So
Galatar, if the drinks aren't, free, it's like you're paying for them. They're just
Wrong.
trying to make it seem like
You're
you're getting
paying
more.
for the average that they think you'll consume, not for how much we as alcoholics will be able to consume.
Yeah, Brina's gonna wipe them out, man. Let me tell you what.
Don't worry about it, guys. I will take your drink tickets if
I would be open. A little vacay could be
Go
good,
now
yeah.
before Brina Erickson permanently raises the prices.
Hey man, we've done like a lot of crazy stuff recently, and we just haven't really had any team building experiences other than
Yeah.
like killing dragons and stuff.
We
which
hang
is
out
good.
naked at the Cenobium all the time.
I
I
don't
don't
hang out
remember
naked with you guys all the
Wait, do you hang out naked at the Cenobium?
I mean, we did. We
Yeah,
all
you
did that.
We
don't
have
take a
on-
bath in your clothes.
go to the
Thank you.
Cenobium with you guys. Maybe this is something some of you do on your own time?
Yeah, have you
We
guys been
have.
to the Cenobium
We-
recently?
I'm not.
Oh.
I guess you all have ADD and forgot that we were there all
I
together.
mean, I went like once.
A while ago,
I was
though.
gonna say maybe a handful of times, but if it's something you're doing regularly, like, I'm not one to pass judgment, but interesting choices.
I get
Well,
in
if you're
there.
happy.
First thing I do is kick the pants off. That's you gotta let the boys breathe. Is what I
Yeah,
say.
man. You're not
Girls
Better
are
be
killing.
free and clean than grouped up.
You can take a bath with your clothes on. I just haven't seen you around it. It's fine. We need a good, team building exercise. Like you have to build a tower out of pipe cleaners or
Oh
something.
God, don't say
Oh,
that.
that no.
We do like trust falls. Like I know we like have killed for each other and stuff, and that's great. But like,
But you really don't trust us?
no, I trust you guys. It's just I don't know. I
Yeah,
feel like
honestly,
something
Brina, if you
out-
did a trust fall on me, I don't know if I could. That might be a trust. Like we would both fall. I think. I don't think I can.
I
Honestly,
trust
it probably
you both
just
would
hears a
fall.
little shriek
Yes.
and then like it's cape
Yeah.
or whatever it is.
Sounds like you need to. Sounds like I don't trust you that much. Then get it together. I don't know. I think it'd be nice to do something normal for once.
Yeah. Tim can manage the bar. He's pretty good at that. We can just go do our own thing.
He literally does that all the time.
Yeah, I don't
I
We've
know this is
never
why I keep
hired anyone to
advocating
help
for
us.
him to get a raise, but you keep saying no.
I'm not saying no.
I'm saying no. Tim
We've
makes
also
enough.
never
He
ever
lives an
hired anyone
exorbitant
else
lifestyle
to help
for a
him.
bartender. I saw him yesterday. He had a new shirt. He shouldn't be able to afford a new shirt. He's a
He
bartender.
can't afford that new shirt. I have to go out and buy it for him.
Stop buying him nice things. You're
He
spoiling
does a
him.
good job.
He needs to start asking for days off soon. And what are we? I mean,
He should be getting days off.
Already is the exploitive labor practice one in this group.
When I was with Big Jim, there were no days off. All right, we were lucky if we got food in the bowl. Okay.
Big Jim did child labor.
Also, Bertie,
What?
have you ever
It
talked to a
wasn't-
therapist about this?
It was a mutual. We needed each other. For like it was.
For warmth
Oh
at night?
no, buddy, that's how they sell it to you. It's
That
never
is
the
super
truth.
expensive.
It was not. It was not.
A good time. It was.
It
not a good
It was
time.
fine.
Were
Not
you
okay.
child trafficked? Were you?
Listen. He needed me because I had nimble fingers and could grab
Oh.
things quickly. It was
Uh-huh.
very sneaky. Okay.
You are
I needed him for food and
But why didn't you
Clothes,
just steal
shelter.
the food you needed?
shelter. Can't steal shelter, Carla. Didn't think of
Kinda
that.
can if
If
you
he's
find an
still a
empty
10.
house.
Look, he took care of us, and we took care of him. It was a symbiotic relationship.
Think of us like the Big Jim of him, but instead of doing
Right.
stuff like feeding him so that he can, live.
Which
and
we
feel for
do.
us,
We do. He always has food.
he does the job that we hired him for, and we pay
Right.
him with money.
Yeah, exactly.
And then he gets to not work all the time.
Well,
Sometimes the bar is closed. Did
And
you know
also,
that?
in Tim's defense, we're gone a lot, and he's basically running an entire bar by himself, kind of
Owns the
nonstop.
bar. We just put
And we're
shit-
making
That
a
is
lot of
giant
money.
Diamond
Yeah.
dog.
We're franchising.
I mean,
know,
honestly,
Subi.
if Tim opens his own bar, imagine how bad that would be for us. What if he just opens his own bar and throws
Does Tim
takes
have
all the
a family?
customers?
Does Tim have a family?
Yes, I
Do you
was.
know?
No, he wants to have a goat farm one day.
He has a wife.
Yeah, I think so.
He left him.
He hasn't actually.
Yeah, she
left
left him. Yeah,
Oh,
that's all.
fuck.
See,
Tim.
he doesn't even have a family to see on a day off. What would Tim do with
But
the day
now
Probably
off?
because he had to
Yeah,
work
maybe
so
someone
much,
never goes
she
home.
left.
Yeah.
You know, that
We
Well,
were
the
part of
past
the
is the past,
problem.
Carla. There's no point. There's no point belaboring that point. It's done.
Also, how's he
there.
gonna buy a goat farm if we don't pay him better?
He shouldn't be able to afford a goat farm, frankly.
He has dreams. Don't take his dreams away from him. His wife already left.
He can save.
Bertie, you are a testament to the power of overcoming social barriers. I've
Right.
been reading books recently, okay? And I have learned about the whole rags to riches story. And you
Right.
are the rags and now you are the riches. And so let him have a rich
No, he's the rags right now. You know, that's what I'm saying. You gotta earn the riches.
It's our job to make him riches.
We don't have to fight the. He doesn't.
All right, all right.
It's fine.
I'll allow 1 copper raise.
All right, 1 gold raise it is. I'll tell him.
Bertie, when is the last time you looked at the money we have?
What?
When's the last time you looked at the money we have?
The money we have? I don't look at how much money I have. It's just I have enough.
Give him the rest.
I mean, how much could food cost these days? Like 3 gold for a meal? I don't know.
It's a banana, Michael. Okay, well that's fucked up. But yeah, let's go on vacation. Then we'll be fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's do it.
How do we want to get there? Is it like a surrogate there, or
There is no gate there.
Ooh, kick it old
Very-
school.
very
We get
cottage
like a
core.
or do we have to
Nice, yeah.
travel?
Yes.
What if we get attacked
By
by
boat?
bandits on the road?
No,
Oh,
no.
Oh my
I would actually can we do like oh no, some bandits on the road. It's like, guys, please.
Really, guys, we don't
Fucking
want to
power
kill
word
you.
stun them.
No,
Yeah.
seriously.
Yeah.
It's 5, 10. Wait.
That would be wild.
We should go
So
back to
please,
Iowa.
we're telling you this for your own sake. Please turn around and
I
walk
am
away.
begging you to not do this.
Right. They're hitting us, and it's like, please stop.
We can
You get
literally
one
send you to
round.
hell.
Brina's
Please,
like, if I
please
punch you, you
stop.
will die.
So it would be a 4-day trip overland, and about a day and a half if you took a boat.
Oh, you take a boat.
Yeah. Avatar.
He really gets to use his sailing skills. So
Yeah, I could use my sailing skills. Let's take a boat.
let him have this one.
Technically,
I mean, we
it's a
actually have a
folding
boat, so.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
We never get to use our magic boat. We should use our
And now
magic
that
boat.
I can create a second dimension for us to stay in, we could just put that in the main cabin. We could all sleep in there, take shifts on the
Ooh.
boat. It'll be great.
Yacht, okay.
Yeah. Oh, and we can like drink alcohol. I mean, you couldn't bring it out of the thing. Oh, but I could conjure it onto the boat. So we could be drinking, boating. Does anybody have music?
Ooh, Bertie is.
Oh, Bertie is the music. Yeah, we've got it all covered, and that makes sense because he wasn't going to row anyway. So
I
It's
don't
gonna be really
have
nice.
the music. I am the music, darling.
The music.
wow, I didn't realize
Music's
Alex's
amazing.
mic was back on. That was incredible.
It's going to be so nice to hang out on the boat and not a life or death situation. Like,
Yeah.
I've never actually
Like a
been
normal
without to like pee in a little bit in my pants. What?
Huh? Marina?
What'd you say?
You need to use the bathroom.
What?
Sorry, I had to pee.
Were they in Brina's pants?
Huh?
Oh no, it was never Brina at all.
Bertie's been pissing in my bed.
Yeah, I mean, some nights I don't walk all the way to the bathroom. That's
Brina! Oh god.
Don't you have the only
This
room
game
with the bathroom
sucks.
attached to the room?
I just piss in Brina's room. I don't know what's the issue. Her chamber pot's like 5 gallons. Like, have you seen that thing?
Threw a lot of piss. Mala cleans it out. He's helpful. Anyways.
I don't see the problem here. You know, some people pay me to do this to them.
You'll never believe what they call it. Oh god.
Oh man. So you guys are gonna take your folding boat?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll take our folding
Okay.
boat and have a little boat party for a day and a half while we drink and kind of lazily make our way to our vacation destination.
What is the name of our vacation destination again?
Garenhoff?
Garenhoff.
Garenhoff.
Garen
Steward Gix. Steward Gix.
Hoff.
Steward Gigs. It's
That just keeps
him.
cracking me up.
It was pretty funny.
Stewart.
Stuart Giggs.
It's Stewart. Alright, let's get this carnival cruise started, bitches.
Yeah, easy enough to go down to the docks one day and find an empty berth. Workers nearby just tell you there's nothing scheduled to come in at the moment if you need to use it. Fold out your magic boat. Suitably impresses the mundane dock workers who've never seen a boat fold out of thin air before. But yeah, it folds out into a ship that's plenty big for all of you guys. Easily enough pilotable on the sea. Galtar with his proficiency in sailing. Are there any preparations before you leave town? Anything you want to bring with you or leave at home or consider?
Oh, that's a good question.
Oh yeah, I can't remember.
I'll definitely bring the Cape of the Manta Ray.
Oh, that's smart.
Just go fun swim.
Are you attuning to it now?
It does not require attunement, which is cool.
dope.
Oh, we're going on vacation. Yeah, never mind. I'm not bringing shit.
We're going on vacay.
I mean,
forgot.
I'll put my pack
And then
on the
they-
boat. Like, you never know when you gotta be prepared at our level.
Yeah, I'm
And
not
then they were
gonna-
murdered by level 1 bandits because they
I
didn't
didn't-
bring any of their gear.
I'll definitely have my my silver koi kimono. That I, you know, and he's got like a big sun hat. I think like a big floppy sun hat. Flip flops, beach town.
Flip flops, Tommy Bahama shirt.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Britta's gonna bring like her painting stuff, not the marvelous paints; those have long since been abandoned. But just like, you know, treat yourself time. And then also a bag to take home seashells, like anything, any knickknacks.
Yeah.
Oh, could I get a fishing rod when we go so that I can fish a little bit on the way? Cool.
Oh yeah. Easy enough. Just coppers. I would say you don't even have to track it.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah. You guys set out onto the open sea. Several people around the docks, you know, lots of street children kind of running around that section of the city, keeping an eye on you guys and whispering to each other as you leave. They run to the end of the queue and or the end of the piers and wave. You make your way out of the Lion's Arch harbor, cutting west, keeping relatively close to the shore. You have a pretty shallow draft of your boat. No real need to worry too much about reefs and things like that. Now, because a ship can be piloted at night, it is capable of traveling 24 hours straight. So around about 75 miles. You have ample charts, you know, showing you the route and direction. And you know that if you travel through the night, if someone is awake and piloting the vessel in an appropriate direction through the night, you can reach Garenhoff in about a day and a half. I will leave it to you as to how that works,
Don't worry.
because only
I'll
one of you
pilot
really
tonight.
has,
I have spent what was it, 8 days, 16 days at sea. I wasn't piloting during that time, but I watched Zardoz. It didn't seem that hard.
Bertie, can you go
Well,
grab
I'll-
that for me from the starboard side?
I think I'll stay up and help.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Don't know. Yeah, if maybe we take turns.
Listen,
and-
I can pilot
I'll
the
stay
boat.
up
I don't
with
know which
Bertie throughout the night.
It's not a vocabulary test, okay?
Oh, buddy.
I'll help, but yeah, I don't really know how the boat.
I feel like I'm
works.
more effective in the daytime.
I can show you throughout the day how to like steer the boat a little bit, and you just need to keep it straight while
Not
we
even
sleep.
needed. I picked it all up through osmosis. I absorbed it. I'm like a sponge.
You might be a
But
sponge when we all
sponges
drown.
keep the information in. And
Yeah,
they don't really get information out.
yeah, we'll be fine. Look, with Kala and Brina helping, smooth sailing ahead.
Maybe we all get together and I
Really?
cast underwater or water breathing on us before we go to bed.
Kevin Ball.
We can see the shore. Like it's like a mile away. We're
You
gonna
never
be
know
fine.
what can happen, man. In Divinity Reach Scouts, we learned a lot of things. Always be prepared was number one.
Aww.
Seraph Scouts.
Seraph Scouts. Oh no.
What do they call that? The cherubim?
Oh no.
Anyway,
Oh god.
Anyway.
the weather actually cooperates, and with a couple of hours of showing your crew how to just keep the boat straight,
Yeah.
relative to the shore, which you can it's far off, but you can see it.
Right.
Easy enough to keep a boat going in one direction. A couple of times you get called up on deck to kind of pull it back, because while the wind is steady, the current drags out, so you've got to kind of course correct and explain that. We'll say for the sake of ease that Galatar takes the midnight shift when it's most difficult to navigate because you're in pitch darkness.
I think Brina would come and hang out and just watch the stars in the evenings.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll conjure up some more alcohol so we can drink and watch the stars.
Brina's gonna get fucked up on this vacay.
Speaking of, I need a glass of wine. It's past 5 o'clock.
Oh, damn.
No, I need some.
Oh,
I mean,
let's take like a
take a
5-minute bio break.
Yeah, let's take
Yeah.
a vodka
Ooh,
break.
let's push that to 10 minutes though, because I need to
Liquor
make
it up. You know,
something to eat.
Gary, have you
Alright.
make you a cocktail.
Alright.
Yeah.
Oh, I already did.
Absolutely.
She's having a tequila
Oh,
sunrise.
No, I finished that a while
Oh,
ago.
She finished the tequila
I'm
sunrise.
gonna make a vodka
Long,
tea.
long time ago.
I don't know.
Yeah, all right.
Party.
We'll be
I'm just
back.
in the beginning training, man. Once I finish, the glass will never be in.
So, after a long day's journey, a gentle overnight travel near the shore, starlight, moonlight, clear skies, I imagine candles and torches lit on the deck with a outlay of food and drink.
Jimmy
People
Buffett
relaxing.
playing.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! You don't light candles on a wooden boat, Ryan. Okay, we're master adventurers. We're not idiots. Well, okay, maybe we would. Actually,
There's a lot of
yeah.
candles lit. Let's be real.
Honestly, probably a lot.
That and
Teachers
metal
probably
dishes.
cast create bonfire.
The following day dawns, and after a brisk morning of ocean air, you find yourselves within sight of Garenhoff. There is a sort of high mountainous area, which you know is the beginning of the heartlands of the Kessex Hills, and extending outward is one long spur of bony ridge. And on the other side, a separate low hill kind of comes together and they form this deep fjord. Hovering in the air above the fjord is a large hunk of stone that kind of looks like a mountaintop has been sliced off and inverted and hung in the air. You can see these 3 or 4 large, enormously like colossal iron chains that run down from the edge in 3 different places down to the cliffside below and are anchored there somehow. And you can see up the edges, the steep valley sides of this fjord is Garenhoff. It's a quaint town, typical of what you would think of German architecture, like smooth plaster walls with thick wooden beams standing atop lower floors or even cellars of carved stone. As you approach, you can see several small seafaring vessels, everything from a rowboat up into about the size of boat you have, more for pleasure sailing, fishing, nothing like a galleon or any of the more majestic ships that you've seen in Lion's Arch. There is a bustle of activity. As you approach, it's right about noon, and you can see that the switchback roads that go up and down the city, in places there are stairways that kind of cut halfway through different levels and give people quicker foot access to one level and the other. Between the buildings, you can see thin ropes with colorful pennants have been hung in decoration. Throughout, there is the ever-constant green of thick grass and growing fruit trees. Even as you pull in your boat to the dock, you can see the brightly colored fruits growing from them, lemons, and oranges, apples. All manner of people, but mostly human. You can see every now and then the hulking form of a char or a norn as it passes through the streets. Asura, a little harder to spot due to their height, but occasionally. For the most part, though, you're looking at like 90% humans as they make their way through here. And as you pull into the dock, you see there's this long stone jetty that has been vacated, and there's a human standing at the end of it kind of waving at you, and once he gets your attention, he starts to motion you in to one of the berths beside it. And as your ship pulls in and comes to a stop, he takes a heavy coil of rope and throws it up in the air towards the edge of your ship, not waiting for any of you to be available. And you watch as, darting out of the air, this thick, wispy cloud of what looks almost like smoke or mist, this cloudy material, tornado corkscrews down towards this and wraps itself around the rope. And you watch as the vaguely humanoid shape of an air elemental wisps around some of the cleats on your deck and ties this rope fast before dispersing. The young man at the docks ties off his end and makes sure everything's secure, gives you a little salute and just says, "Ahoy there! Welcome to Garenhoff. I am Jon. It is my pleasure to greet you here. Please disembark at your convenience. If you have any questions, please let me know. Otherwise, you are free to explore the docks or make your way up into the city proper."
Jon, before you go, does anybody ever get to actually meet Garen? Does he ever come out or do any public talks or anything?
Perhaps the most common question about our humble town. Here in Garenhoff, we do occasionally have the pleasure of entertaining Mr. Iskaran. He, being a visit, is quite busy, one would assume. He often graces our presence on festival nights, nights of high celebration. Almost everyone in town has some story or another, either from personal experience or passed down through their family, of various sightings or interactions. I'm sure anyone at a tavern, or especially if you would consider to stop at the Fjordheart Hall, would be happy to share with you the many stories that they might have. If you do decide to visit the hearth, you would do well to ask for Eugen Brewer, the barkeep, the tavern keep, owner of the establishment. He's a very nice man, very garrulous, full of excellent local information. If you will excuse me, we have a small vessel here, and I must point him in a different direction. Good day. And he kind of clicks his heels together and bows crisply and makes his way down. You can see there's like a little fishing vessel with one small sail, kind of almost about to run into the end of the dock. You can just see this guy start shouting and waving his hands, and the dock hand starts running down the jetty towards him.
I like Jan. He's cool.
Very
Happy.
orderly and timely.
You can tell he likes his job.
Yeah, I was like, this is 5-star service already.
I bet it's a real gas out here.
Shut up, Alexa. I'm just kidding. That was really good.
Yeah, Birdie grabs his beach towel and you watch as he just kind of, with his winged boots, just kind of levitates off the boat and down onto the dock.
Nice.
As you do that, as you pass through the air and lower yourself down towards the flat stones of this jetty, there is a brief moment where your cloak sort of whooshes around you and you feel the presence of another air elemental. And just briefly before you, there's this manifestation of this vaguely human cloud-like shape, and it looks at you. It's difficult to tell, but it almost looks like curiosity. And then as you descend to the stone, it disperses.
Creepy.
Oh, that was I'll certainly have to file a complaint.
Does it look like it's being exploited for its labor, or just like symbiotic community or
Was this a cry for help? Insight check, please.
is this like
Make an
they
insight
work on
check.
a cruise ship?
17. Roll a 5.
I'm rolling 2.
Was this a cry for help?
Oh, fuck yeah. I know exactly that it's a cry for help.
You gather that this air elemental looks at Birdie with a true sense of curiosity, perhaps unused to seeing humans flying through the air.
Can't hold that against him.
He's an enchanting lad. Interesting. Just want to know what's there.
All right, are we gonna go find the poolside lounge and accompanying bar? I can imagine.
Yeah,
Wait,
let's
do we have
do
like an
that.
itinerary? Or
Yes, there's
Uh,
free
well, I made us a
Oh.
little bit of a plan. I mean, we don't have to find follow. It's only in like 15-minute increments. It's fine.
15-minute increment? No.
No. Now it's not like we do something different every 15 minutes. I just mapped it out in 15-minute increments to make the most of our time. You know, like 8 a.m. to like 9:15 tomorrow. I thought maybe we do like morning massages with some spritzers or something, like a nice soft morning beverage.
Yeah.
9:15 to 9:30 is kind of like the transition to the next thing.
Sounds really regimented. I don't really.
Oh, we don't have to follow it. I just
Makes
put
you
weeks
wish I
of
had
work into it, but I mean, it's
invisibility.
not like you have to do it out of guilt or anything.
Let's just take the idea of what you did. I like massages and spritzers. Let's
Sure.
start there and we'll see where it goes. All right?
I think that's
I
fair.
don't think I want spritzed.
No. It's not a like, although could be a good idea with the water elementals if they just kind of missed us.
Oh,
But
that would be
it's
nice.
more of it's a bevy. It's a bevy. You're gonna
It's
love
like
it.
it's like a wine and like a club soda. We serve it at the bar sometimes. I don't know if you've ever had it.
I thought we only served
don't-
ale at the bar.
Yeah, I thought it was just ale, wine.
Guys, we have brought back so many bottles
Whiskey.
of like all the wine from caverns and other things. You thought I wasn't going to serve some of it at the bar?
I'm gonna be honest, I kind of thought that wine was just like red ale.
You don't have my wine bottles. I've made sure to hide those.
That's true. I'm not going to say anything about the wine, Brina. I think you'll probably hear about Bertie from that in great extent later.
This is why.
They're just-
Listen.
Thought he
If
was having a
Tim has
stroke,
not
actually.
clarified this is why he doesn't deserve a raise if our customers think the wine is red ale.
I don't think it's our customers. I think it may be a Brina specific issue.
Brina is a customer / owner.
Brina is an owner. What is Tim supposed to say? If Brina grabs a bottle of wine and says, "I'm drinking red ale," do you think Tim can stop her?
I'm drinking red ale. Fuck you. Fuck you, Tim.
We don't
That's a
pay
good
Tim
point.
to say no to us.
I don't.
That's
don't
true.
pay to say no,
We
Tim.
barely pay him at all. And
Get back to the back of the bar, Tim. That's
you should
exactly
be
what-
grateful.
Poor Tim.
All right, let's go
Red
get a
ale is great.
spritzer.
Yeah, let's
Alright,
check
let's
in
do
with
it.
the concierge or something. I don't know.
Should we maybe get rooms first?
Oh yeah, let's go see about the rooms at the end. Also, Alexa, do you want to send a message to Garen and just let him know that if he would like to meet the legendary Trollskull Six, maybe show us his castle in person? That would be great.
Oh my god,
Probably
I'm-
hasn't
You
heard
think
of
that
us.
this-
What
I don't think
makes
it
us
works
think
so
I
I've
want
never
to see
met him.
some cooped up wizard man on my vacation?
Bertie, he's got a floating castle in the sky. I imagine he has some ornate things.
I've
and
got
probably
a
bunch of
giant
stuff.
diamond duck. What? I mean, we all have things.
Yeah, but you have a
know.
giant diamond
Giant
dog
diamond
made from
dog.
the construct of a famous wizard. What if this guy has something even cooler he could give you?
I just know he's gonna be a nerd. I just
Also,
know
you
it.
gotta give him your business card at the very least. I mean, how else is he gonna find us?
Good point.
Do you think
Good
he'll maybe
point.
invite us to stay in the tower if we like make a good impression?
Oh, maybe.
I don't think we have to worry about it.
Oh, if you don't
Make a
want to stay
good
there? Okay.
impression.
Oh, okay.
That
Yeah,
took me a
that's fair.
moment. Not gonna lie.
I was like, you
Alright,
don't
let's get
want to
rooms
go?
first.
Okay,
Let's get
yeah,
rooms
that's
first.
fine with
Let's-
me.
That,
Yeah.
that hurts, yeah.
I wonder if they have the towels folded in like
No.
the animal shapes. You know?
Oh, I think they
We
actually
can
have the
request
air
it,
elementals
yeah.
actually fold them for you, and I'm pretty sure they've got like some fire elementals that kind of toss the towels before they give them to you. Just make them warm a little bit.
Is there one that's like in
Towels?
the It's fine. We'll figure it out when
Yeah, I
we
think
get
they have hot towels.
Mm.
So, as you guys make your way down the docks, you see that here on this lower level of the city, there are many homes, and interestingly enough, coming from a seaside town of your own, there's nothing here that you would describe as a hovel, which is fairly common in the windward anchorage, especially down near the docks. Here, there are modest dwellings for common folk near the docks, usually with an array of nets and fishing gear outside, crates, traps, things like that. It's not run down. Everything is kind of brightly painted. But there are a lot of dark woods, and here on the dock level, the wood is sea air worn a little, so it's not quite dingy, but worn. It has kind of rustic charm to it. And there are dozens of people just kind of walking every which way and tending to boats. Some sitting on the edge of the quay with ropes kind of dangling into the water. You can see like crab traps in the shallows and things like that. Several small rowboats and slightly larger fishing boats come and go under the shadow of the great floating tower.
As we're walking through this town, does anybody seem to recognize us?
No. No, as you guys walk, like there are curious glances directed toward you. Several people, nod and smile. You get a couple of "Welcome to Garenhoff." Welcome, pleasure to see you. Good morning.
As we're walking by, you said like a lot of rich humans like come out here for vacations and stuff. Do we recognize like any of the people that were, I don't know, walking past from like our interactions at the party at Zamon's or anything like that? Like, are any of them?
Well, so down here on the dock level, no. Most of these folks down here are wearing commoners' clothing. Every now and then you see someone who is dressed in like the style of Divinity's Reach, with more regal materials, silks, velvets, some brocade pattern. But they're usually accompanied by someone who looks like a slightly better off commoner, who is in clean and functional clothing and good repair, who's gesturing to them to show them to a ship of some sort. It looks like they're going to go out, do some fishing, or do like a little pleasure cruise, maybe sail around underneath the tower to get a look or something. You kind of hear them talking about it excitedly.
Do you guys know if there's whale watching here?
None of you would really know.
Whale watching? Anyone has heard of a whale? No? Yes? Maybe? That's okay. I'll go find someone else. I'll go find someone else.
There's some
She's
Bard
gonna wander
songs
off.
about
She's literally
the
just gonna
whales.
take. Can she look and see if there's anything that looks more whale themed?
So as you're
Anything whale themed.
as you near the end of the jetties, towards the first very wide, like 30-foot wide stone stair that rises up to the next major level of the city, you see this grizzled old man, a pipe clenched firmly in his teeth, thick white whiskers, like cut pretty short, but like thick and not well trimmed, like they grow almost up to his eyeballs. Kind of a squint in his eye. The skin you can see is like darkly tanned and weather wrinkled. He's got like a tight blue like toboggan, but it's not of like a thick wool. It's more of a thin cotton material, and a heavy blue jacket over him that looks like it's probably made of wool. Patched in several places, but he's kind of sitting on what looks like a piece of a tree stump or something beside the edge of this stair, looking out over the fjord as he carves a piece of wood with a small knife. And as you kind of break off from your group, he looks up at you, kind of clenches his pipe in his teeth and just puffs out a bit of smoke. And you can see that he has around his neck a cord of leather, and dangling from it is what looks like a carving of a whale made out of bone with like a blowing flute of water stylized above it. It just kind of gives you a look.
I head straight for that man. Hello. Nice piece of rosewood you're working with there.
You have a
do you
good
know-
eye on your lass.
do you know anything about whale watching in this area?
Watching, you say?
Well, I mean, you can go out and like see them, come above the water and whatnot.
Well, my crew and I, we sees them often enough to be sure. Usually before we throws a harpoon at them, if you take my meaning.
Yeah.
What be the point of watching a whale where you're not going to eat it
Okay.
or make some lamp oil from its blubber?
Oh, Jesus. Listen here. You don't understand. I mean, maybe it is part of your way of life here, but
Yar.
you're harming some very beautiful and gentle creatures, and
Beautiful they be.
I'm gonna try
gentle
to.
not so
I'll
much.
I'm gonna make sure you never get to catch a whale again. Oh, but
It gives you a like one squinted eye opens extra wide. You can see like all of the white around his eye.
but I guess you'll find out when that happens. And she's gonna
And he
like
lets out this
leave.
belly laugh. Like, well, you can certainly try, lass.
Oh, which ship is yours again?
Takes a long tug on his pipe. Punches it back in his teeth and just starts carving again.
Can I make like some sort of, I don't even know, would this be insight to try and like, if I went and was looking out over the docks, could I possibly figure out which one is this man's vessel?
The ship's called like the Whale Killer. You're like, oh, that's it.
A white whale.
There's just a big dead whale
Here.
carcass on it. Still.
Ahab's
Dude.
big whale hunting
There's
boat.
really no way to tell.
Cool.
Whale Killer for
Heck, it's our first day here though, and she's just gonna then turn around and walk away, and away from the group. Like she's like bye, and she's gonna go hop in the harbor.
Kitri.
Bye,
Okay.
Felicia.
She's gonna wild shape into. I don't know if she can wild shape into. What's the biggest marine creature I could be?
Kitri, we
Are
just
you
got
limited
here.
to CR1, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look.
I think maybe a dolphin.
Oh, I don't even know.
Squid, a giant squid, I think. Something.
Oh, I can do
Yeah,
giant
the
squid or
Francis
whatever. Coastal challenge rating of 1. If I could be like a dolphin or
I
a
think you definitely could be a
small
dolphin.
sized, I can be a dolphin. I would like to use this opportunity as a dolphin to I can stay in dolphin shape for like 8 hours, and then I can do this again. And honestly, if I get out for an hour, take a short rest, I'm good again for another 16 hours. I'm gonna make a point of going around and trying to tell and communicate with all of the animals / the whales specifically.
Oh my god.
Like, don't if you see this man, if you see this ship, listen, there's harpoons out there. Like,
Are you
don't-
unionizing the
bro.
whales?
no, we're unionizing. I mean, come on. I'm like, you got to move out to deeper waters. There's got to be,
So, you spend some time.
I know I'm gonna spend like all day. Kitri's like, she's like, fuck the itinerary, fuck a massage. I'm gonna save the whales.
As you guys are walking, you see Kitri kind of break off while she's just sort of talking out loud about seeing whales. She goes over to this guy, and as you guys start to approach, you can see she's having an animated conversation, and she just turns and jumps into the water and doesn't come up.
This actually works out really well. The massage place only had 5 openings, so I thought it was going to be really awkward.
I'll go up to seeing this. I'll go up to this guy. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Yar.
Right. What is your name?
Right.
Ahab, I'm assuming.
Heard that one before. You can just call me Cap.
Yeah, great. Can I just ask, like, specifically, because my friend just jumped in the ocean because of what you said. Like, what? What did you say? What did you say to her?
She's one of them flower children.
Yeah.
Strange folk.
Silvari.
Yeah. Well, it's just.
Sure.
Did you say anything that might have?
Bit of an odd one, that one.
Right. Well, did
Yeah,
you say
she asked me
anything?
about whaling.
Oh.
Wanted to go see whales.
Right. Wanted to see the whales.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said, "That sounds great. I'll take you out on my boat."
Don't know what the point of seeing them is.
Oh,
Where you're not
okay.
throwing a harpoon at them to eat them.
Right.
To make oil from their blubber.
Okay.
Wait, you can eat them?
Oh, that would have upset her.
Hey,
Yeah.
get a
Why am
whale
I-
steak up at the Fjord Heart Hall.
Why am I
Finest you'll
just
ever
not hearing
have.
about this?
All right. Well, we'll get Kala a whale steak at some point. But Kitri,
Biggest cut of meat you've ever seen. And right tender to boot. They make a special clam sauce you eat it with.
great.
Something to die for.
Altar's just like pulling out his little itinerary and being like, well, there goes the surprise for dinner.
So Kitri, I guess Kitri will find her way to us, right?
I
Like
can
we'll.
send her a message if. you
Sure.
need to.
Jacob, chicken.
She'll find a way home. Yeah. All right. Well, let's go get a whale steak. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what's on the menu.
we should.
Is
This
that
must be
all?
very good.
Is that all you all eat here? Is just whale, or is it got other things,
Like,
right?
he's squinting already, and when you say that, he turns to you and kind of squints a little more, if that's possible. Like, you almost can't see his eyes anymore.
He's just blinking.
Do you do like sustainable?
All right, they go.
practices, or like,
Aye, that we do.
Oh well, that's
Most of the
great.
bounty here comes from the sea, to be sure.
for sure. And
Great.
like,
We
it's,
got the redfin tuna, the
Right.
Okay,
salmon.
let's. We're gonna
crabs.
head on our way. We got a lot of stuff to do, but it was so nice talking to you. Thank you,
like no.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was
Right.
your name again? We just wanted to say thank you.
Captain.
They
Captain.
call me Captain round
Just-
these
just-
parts.
Can we
Guys,
just
check-
Captain?
check to see if
we
it's
got. We
Captain?
gotta go before he starts naming every fucking fish in the
You
ocean.
tell
So.
somebody you met the Captain. They'll know you're talking about me.
Are you the only captain?
Well,
what
put
what do
that
the
to
other
the
captains
test.
call themselves?
Kind of leans forward and raises an eyebrow. The only Captain what matters.
Ooh.
Make an insight check to see if we're at a Renaissance fair.
You are in a festival atmosphere, but not at a Renaissance fair.
Yeah, no, this guy's a paid actor.
He's just a tax accountant from Cleveland trying to have a nice weekend.
He said, okay, whale and redfish. Sure. Name another 3 fish if you're so sure you're a captain.
What are 3 other fish that live in
Anemone
the ocean?
skewers on the barbecue.
Get out of here.
Quite tender scallops
Oh,
sauteed with a bit of mushroom
Is,
and
is he
potatoes.
just saying this as we're walking away?
He just keeps talking.
It's just a
Like muttering to himself while he takes a toke on the pipe. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Oh my god. This was not where I thought any of this was going.
I've actually decided
Honestly.
maybe we could just go home.
Not bad.
Maybe a staycation's the way to go. I mean, we
Look,
can,
look,
we
we
can
have
get
to work-
drunk at home, right? Like-
We're not at the rich part of the city yet. Just give us a few more minutes. It'll be
Right,
fine. I
Bertie, you
promise.
literally just
Yeah.
stepped off the boat.
This is like if you only went to big Jim's area of the town, but you didn't go to like the rich fancy area. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna give it 2 more hours, and if I don't have, somebody like waving palm leaves on me by then, I'm gonna go home.
Okay.
This is rife with classism.
So you guys start making your way up the stairs, and you arrive in this next level of the city. As you reach the top of this wide stone stair, there are just these 2 enormous 10-foot tall hulking piles of stone, vaguely humanoid in that they have 2 leg-like limbs and 2 long arm-like appendages with no discernible face. And they just sort of stand slightly. Every now and then you see there's like a slight movement, slight twitch, to indicate that they are not in fact carved from stone. And you watch as people kind of walk by and just pay them no mind.
Do you give high fives?
Yeah, what do you think happens if you just like punch one?
Oh,
Probably break a hand.
I think there are like the famous guards at the Divinity's Reach Castle that like you can get near but you can't actually touch, you know?
No, I kind of want to talk to this Garen guy, because, like, why? Couldn't he just, like, hire people? Why we got... I mean, it's very mystical, don't get me wrong. But
I think that's it. I think it's the
Your labor
atmosphere.
concerns are really interesting.
I don't know, I just feel like we should...
And Breen is a diehard union gal.
Union gal, what blue no matter who.
I believe it coming from the blue collar area.
Wizards like to show off, you know.
Like a little...
Sure do. Huge eagles.
We get it, you went to
They show
college.
off their huge eagles with huge eagles.
Oh no. You're 2 for 2 today, my friend.
As you guys discuss this and continue your journey towards the higher levels of the city, you can see at this level, looking out, there are slightly more interesting residences. Some places that actually have like a little bit of side garden between one house and the next. Some smaller trees, rose bushes with little like stone, not fences necessarily, but just like little half walls about 3 or 4 feet high, just kind of keep foot traffic out of the flower beds. And as you kind of traipse onward, you see a man in sort of brown, like a dark brown traveling leather cloak, kind of like a trench coat, but no belt around the middle. It's just sort of long with brass buttons down one side, big kind of folded back cuffs at the end, tricorn hat, and he has a leather baldric kind of strung across his chest, and dangling from the hip at that baldric is a long curved saber with a metallic handguard, and you can see pinned to the baldric, just about chest height, is what looks like an ornate gold-colored badge. Whether or not it's actual gold is hard to tell. But as he kind of walks towards you on the opposite side of the footway, he kind of catches some of that conversation and puts a hand in the air congenially, a smile on his face, and says, Good morning. I am Harlan Wainwright. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Welcome to Garenhoff. I am the sheriff of this town, the chief lawman, for those who may be from other parts. I trust you're all doing well this morning.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
trying to get some lodging. Do you know where we could go for the, dare I say, upper end lodging?
Well, if you've made no previous arrangements with any of the locals, generally our travelers from out of town find lodging at the Fjordhart Hall, which is on the upper level, just there. And he kind of turns and points. You're on sort of the west side of the city now. He kind of points to the east, up about 3 levels from where you are. There is a massive stone building that's like 5 stories high, kind of built into the cliff wall. You can see windows carved into like the living stone, fairly large windows. And down on the ground level, you can see like a more pronounced facade, like an exterior of piled and stacked mortared stone proper with big double wooden doors. And he says, there you see the Fjordhart Hall. This is perhaps the most prestigious lodging in our humble town. Just across from there, you see is a town center. The town hall is where our burgomaster conducts his business, should you have any need for municipal authority. My office is there as well. I could not help but overhear your question. It is inadvisable to strike the earth elementals who patrols this town. Should you do so, Garenhoff is not held accountable for any bodily damage sustained either from direct involvement with the elementals or from falls from a great height should they toss you off the edge of the level to the level below.
Is there a place where you're allowed to fight them, like a fight ring, or
Unfortunately, we do not offer such a service, and
Oh.
I would consider it a personal favor if you would not mention this concept in the earshot of our burgomaster.
Really? I mean, it'd probably make you some extra money, if you let people get in there and
I
place bets on it.
kind of looks around like warily. I am certain that it would, and so I wish very much to you not to be saying this in hearing of the
Sure.
burgomaster. He is very concerned with the profits to the town to take care of us, and we appreciate this, of course. But we here in Garenhoff have very respectful relationship with the elementals. They provide very invaluable service. I don't know if you've noticed, but there are no other town guards or deputies. I am the sole arbiter of the law here because we do not need to hire people with town funds. The elementals serve the purpose of the town guard and keeping us safe and secure.
So do they? The earth elementals are like the deputy guards kind of thing.
But all of the elementals would jump to protect us should we become endangered.
Who and they answer to the wizard, or do they answer to you, an elected official? Because that's
they will listen to requests from myself or the burgomaster.
right.
If they are sent here for the purpose of protecting the city. Some elementals have been gifted to families of good standing, long-standing lineage in the city. Some have their own fire elementals for help with the cooking, or to live in the fireplaces through the winter and things of this nature. Some have quite playful water elementals, for various purpose.
Curious.
Do you I've heard that Garen comes down for like festivals and things. Is there any other way to get to meet him? We're a bit of occasional magic users and dabblers ourselves. Love to talk to him a little bit about the craft, get his thoughts.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard about these big dragons that are trying to destroy the world, but we killed one.
Oh yeah, I shot some magic right through its throat.
Oh, so you have been fighting with the pact group against the elder dragons. We have heard of this, of course. Several of our young men and women were happy to join the pact, travel to Lion's Arch, have represented the people of our town very well, I hope. I had not heard quite yet that one had been defeated. We were a little far away from the beaten path.
Oh yeah,
or
or
to know.
completely free.
Wunderbar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
I mean, Bertie, if you want to give this good man one of your cards.
I don't really
he's
see
a-
the
It's a
necessary.
town sheriff, Bertie,
Yeah, he's a town sheriff. That's true. Yeah.
Is there a festival coming up soon? Like, next couple of days?
No, unfortunately, we do not have plans for this soon. No, there is the Midsummer Festival in a month or so, but nothing in the next few days.
How do you normally get a hold of Garen outside of festivals? Is it like on his terms? Is there like a little thing he gave you? You reach him with?
We do not bother the wizard with our mundane concerns. We govern ourselves and give him his privacy. Wizards are such eccentric folk, he's very busy.
We all
He's
look at Galatar.
eccentric.
Why does everybody think we're eccentric? I just have a pee journal. I don't understand what's weird about it. It's a medical necessity.
How do you all get up? And do you all not because it's floating, right? Like his tower. is
He
his
just turns
wizard
and looks at it.
Right. So how do
Yes.
if you need to get up there?
Oh, we do not travel to.
You
town.
don't.
We no. The wizard has his privacy is very important. He's very
We can
busy. And
fly up there.
he
I was gonna
studies
say.
the deep secrets of the arcane. It is very dangerous there. So
Well,
we stay away and allow him to
It's-
manage his estate as he sees fit.
all a matter of perspective, really. Huh.
Who's he
Interesting.
like, or, like the governor, or is he like you guys like have a weird thing for him? Like
We are very appreciative of him. He is a benefactor to the town. For
and he
sure.
just ominously looks over you from his tower and sometimes comes down to celebrate it.
I would not call it ominous.
There's a story. There's a story. There's an old wives' tale about a kooky inventor named William Wonka, and he had a similar arrangement where he was just kind of like a town supporter, and he was pretty aloof, as I recall
have
from
heard
the
that
history
one.
books. Yeah, William.
Aloof
William
is
of
a
Wonka.
good descriptor.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've never met Iskaran myself. Although sometimes he does invite fortunate members from the town to come and stay with him.
Oh dear God.
Maybe like does he ever offer some kind of like
Ticket system.
ticket system?
No, as I understand it, it's very dangerous, and wizards are very
Right,
secretive
right.
about their their discoveries. So
Right.
he does not want people to wander through with free reign and discover his secrets
Right.
and perhaps hurt themselves.
Maybe when
Right.
he hears
Children.
that we're here, he'll just invite us. You know,
Yeah.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Interesting.
It is
you might want to talk to us.
possible. He may.
Guess we'll just start talking a lot of shit about everything.
Also,
Yeah, just talk about how much
Sure.
magic stuff we know, like I don't know about Squid Face Land.
I got this cool new fork actually with Colinar's
oh
help.
God, we've gone downhill so fast. We haven't even
Oh,
made it to the place.
not
where
good
we
to
can
the
push
arcade.
it.
Guys, we've
I
got to
think
get a
this
room
does
for the
not
night.
translate.
All right.
All right, wait.
My comment is a bit. Sorry.
Oh no, you're fine.
He may learn of your arrival. He does occasionally. Some of his companions that live with him come to gather food and supplies.
He has companions that live with him.
Companions plural.
Well, this is what I'm saying. Just from time to time, he invites fortunate citizens from Garenhoff to co-live with him, and they stay with him.
Do they come out?
Oh, is it a sex thing?
Every now and then, to gather supplies, to visit family. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Oh,
last
this
question.
is not like a slave thing.
We're not making this
He
sound.
gives you like this
any less
really
obvious.
confused look. No, it's nothing like that. It's a very strange group.
I'm so sorry.
We've
We're
been
very
through a
unique.
lot.
Just one last question for you. How long has Garen been here? Is it like a long time, like 100+ years, just like, a couple decades? What are we talking in terms of?
Power has been over Garenhoff since the Crichton Civil War, 200+ years ago.
Okay, we're going to need to meet this man, Alexa. I need you to send him a message.
I mean, honestly, I'm kind of down because I want to hear about this weird tower. Like,
You
does
just
he
want
have-
to see the weird sex stuff.
This guy sounding a lot more like William Wonka the more we talk about it. So
As long as there aren't any grandparents up there sharing a bed, I think we're going to be okay.
I'm more worried about
Oh,
Oompa
oh,
Loompas.
oh.
You know the ones. The little halflings that have the orange skin. And they're
Harlan kind of like
it's fine.
you see him like twitch a little bit, and so he's thinking. He says, "Well, occasionally the guests that are invited to stay are the elderly who have reached the sort of end of their life, and as a sort of treat, I suppose, they are invited to spend their final days in the
Oh my
glory of
god.
the tower overlooking the city."
He kills them?
Does he push them
We're
off
turning
the
into
tower?
such terrible
If they
shit.
if they pass away in his care. He sends messages to his family.
Like, oh, this guy's crazy.
I believe Muriel Beck was taken to live there maybe 3 years ago.
He offers hospice care.
The mother of one of our talented bakers.
We should probably go get our room. I'm so sorry to have bothered you for
I'm really
so
more
long.
confused.
This-
than
I
No
I
problem.
just feel like at this point we should walk away before we say something else that will offend you. But thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it.
You are most welcome. Just please comport yourselves respectfully.
Totally.
Enjoy your
yeah.
time.
Oh yeah.
And
Always.
I hope to be seeing you again.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, if you see like a dolphin
Probably
come
in
out
fact,
onto
yeah.
the land and then become like a safari person, could you tell them that we're probably at the end?
I shall do that.
Thank you. I would consider it a personal favor from me. So thank you so much.
Clicks his heels and bows a little.
As
Respectful
he,
Very-
gentleman.
He's like
Pink.
scratching his head.
do true, Bessie.
I bet
as-
Mortimer would thrive here.
As he walks away, can I like lean back and, hey, Harlan, Mr. Sheriff Harlan, where
Yes.
did the woman of discernible taste find a hat such as yourselves? Your hat?
He just kind of looks up. Like this?
Yeah, like that.
Any of the hatters? There's one down the road of about 200 yards.
Did I have-
on the right?
What if could you give me your hat?
My God.
I do not think it would fit you.
That's a good point. All right, I'll be on the lookout.
He is not 7 feet tall. Yeah, he's like 5'10".
Tiny ass head, punk ass bitch. He has stupid ass head. All right, Harlan. Keep an eye out on you. I'm gonna get me a hat, and next time you see me, the world is gonna be my oyster.
Sort of nods confusedly and turns to shuffle off. Instantly, like he goes maybe 10 feet and he sees someone else he knows, and he just sort of waves and stops and nods, and just there's like a brief exchange of pleasantries, and then he moves on, and the other people go away. And
This guy's
Yeah.
God, we're in the
Weird.
Midwest.
all right. Well,
Yeah. So to the inn, I guess.
Yeah,
Okay,
to
but
the-
do you think it's a
for
weird
hot-
sex
for
thing,
hot
or is
hall?
he like killing those people? Like,
It's
what's
definitely
going
a weird
on?
sex thing.
He's
Nobody
sucking
builds.
the
Let me
energy
tell you,
for his
nobody.
energy.
That's
Humans
weird.
are
Yeah.
always like
He's been
that.
alive 200 years.
Nobody
That's so
builds a.
weird, right?
Nobody builds a tower that floats above a city for non-sex things.
Yeah, for 200
Okay.
some years, like he's got to be
Clearly
doing
he's a
something with those old
Rex
people too. Is he like,
invites the lucky visitors. What the hell does that mean?
yeah, is it
I
like a
don't
weird
think so.
sex ritual that then he uses to like keep himself young? I don't know. We should probably stop this guy and take him down while we're here.
We can never rest.
Clearly, we
Well,
can
but
never
we're on
have
vacation,
vacations.
so.
I'm glad nobody recognizes us here.
Yeah, by the way, no name dropping. We do not need our hijinks attached to our reputation elsewhere.
It may be
Vice
too
versa.
late.
Yeah, that's
But also, how else are we going to get to meet the guy? I mean, he's not just going to come down here for 6
Hmm.
Josh schmoes, you know?
Oh, I imagine we will find a way. I have complete faith.
I mean, I guess we could just fly up there, but then maybe he would attack.
Yeah.
What's he gonna do? Oh, he's a wizard. Shut up.
Well, that's sorry, I have space out
Very
there.
I
We're
feel
still
slightly
fucking staying
offended.
up.
He's gonna cast a spell at us.
Oh, not his spell. Shut
We're still
up.
fucking stay up. Good.
Okay, he's gonna throw a book at me.
Okay, okay.
I do want to bring
Let's
up one
stop
small
insulting
thing.
the whole wizard thing. okay?
Kala,
Mm.
have you ever had a vacation before?
No.
Okay, well,
I didn't really know what it was.
yeah, it's like, I don't know. You kind of brought up like the fighting thing, and it's like, it's just not the right. Yeah, I know, I get it, but like, imagine a time period where there's no fighting, and you
When you're sleeping.
no, just like during the day. During the day, you
Yes,
don't
You can sleep during the day.
you don't fight, and you sit by a pool and you drink and you eat good food and you just rest your body. And that's like a vacation. There's no fighting. It's
Well, then you're preparing to fight if you're
right,
just like
right.
eating and resting.
Yeah, it's like a preparation of
Yes.
sorts, but there's no, it's just like you are resting your body for whatever comes next, whether it's fighting or otherwise.
You do fun things. Maybe
Yeah.
you
You just
sail.
enjoy yourself.
Yeah, it's like preparing to prepare to fight. Nobody's
Yeah.
trying to kill you. You're just like, trying to get yourself ready to prepare to fight.
So
It's like
take a load off this week, and just kind of maybe check in with yourself.
drink some spritzers.
Yeah.
Very good.
We could take like a painting class. I know they have
Play
the
some bocce ball or something.
bocce ball.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Oh, they also have shuffleboard here. It's very good.
Never heard of it.
I'm gonna put you with the old people in the tower. You loser.
I cast Maze on Brina.
Cast fireball.
You just
I-
disappear.
As you guys are talking with each other, making your way through the town, you find that you go up kind of in the center of town, where a small, very very narrow stream kind of winds its way down through the central portion. You take a set of stairs up one level, you kind of have to turn left or right, and proceed for several dozen yards before you find another one that'll lead you up to the higher level, and you realize that increasingly the higher you go, the finer quality of materials you see, the larger the spaces around the buildings become. With the exception of sometimes right in the center, there are buildings pretty closely stacked together. You eventually find your way to the sort of central mass of the city, and as you crest over the top of a stair, you find yourselves near what looks like a wide fountain, stylized with dolphins and whales, fish of all types, and like little coral shapes kind of embedded in the stone beneath. Water just sort of playfully spraying out of the center and dribbling over the edges into the water below. The whole thing's about 15 feet across. And you see this little boy. He's maybe 6, 7, wearing a pair of like brown cloth bibbed overalls. He barefoot, just feet slapping on the pavement stones, runs over to the water, and he's got like just a stick in his hand. It's got like one little twig left on it, just above his thumb, and the rest of it's kind of vaguely curved and snapped off at one end. And he raises it up and he says, "Go on, then, do your worst, vile monster." And as you guys kind of walk up the top of the stairs and pause for a second, the water begins to churn and bubble, and this humanoid shape erupts upward, and you see this gaping humanoid mouth and these two deep sockets where eyes should be kind of yawn open, and there's just this weird gurgling, and then these little like spritzes of water shoot from this water elemental at the kid, who tries to parry them with his little stick sword, and it doesn't work. It just sprays him. He goes giggling and running off in one direction. As he kind of runs away, the swirling and churning waters kind of shift back and forth for a second, and then they sort of disappear back into the stillness of the fountain. You see the boy run over, and there's a woman standing off to the side under what looks like a merchant stall cart, like a temporary cart with like a little awning that's been produced, wagon wheels, and sort of prepped, standing off to one side. She's talking with the merchant behind the cart. He runs over and is giggling and pulling at her skirt, and she leans down and is laughing and points at the fountain, and makes a gesture like, "Yes, I know." But you see that at the edges of this wide courtyard with this fountain, on your left, on the west side facing north, on the left you have Town Hall, standing right in front of the heavy wooden door, a single wooden door, and like a recessed stone alcove is a slightly older man. He's not like a senior citizen. He's middle aged. Thick
He's not yet
black
ready for the
hair.
tower.
Thick black hair, like pulled tightly back over his head. Almost looks like almost wet. It's like sheening in the sunlight, but pulled very tightly, kind of close to his head's back. It's cut down just below his ear. Thick black handlebar mustache with like perfect curls at the ends. He is wearing a monocle, and he has what looks like a sumptuous red velvet frock coat, like crisp white shirt, black breeches, polished black boots with gold buckles, and he's standing there gesticulating as he talks to it looks like an older man, kind of a longish gray beard, just kind of reaches down to about top of his chest, kind of worn skin, well bald on top, short white hair kind of around the back of his head, wearing, not dissimilarly to the child, a set of brown kind of like tweed coveralls and a crisp white shirt beneath, and he's nodding and kind of scratching his head and squinting, and they seem to be having a rather heated discussion. And to your right is this tall 5-story facade carved into a cliffside of Fjordhard Hall, which is engraved in the stone above the doorway. The doors themselves are propped open inward, and you can see inside there's some dim lighting and the movement of several bodies, so it looks like it is populated. Large windows kind of dot the outside, and above the first floor, which is mostly stone, like there are portions where the facade has a sort of plaster, off-white, kind of aged texture with big wooden beams kind of holding the structure in place, and the higher you get, the third and fourth floors are actually just part of the cliff wall. You can see windows carved into them. It's a very sturdy structure. There are still like 2 or 3 levels above you in the city, continuing north as the hills kind of get closer together and finally meet. But yeah, you are now in the city heart.
Anfield, you missed the description of the most amazing man I've ever heard of.
I heard it.
Good.
I actually, is it possible? Can I like meander and try and overhear this heated discussion of what they're
There are
talking?
people all over the plaza.
Yeah, you
It
just
is
kind of weave
bustling.
my
There are
way through the
market stalls all around.
crowds, get close enough to overhear this conversation.
Yeah. So as you kind of walk your way around, you hear first and foremost merchants kind of shouting, and they're not being obnoxiously loud, but they are trying to very clearly project their voices, like, "Gotcha dolls here, gotcha dolls, cloth dolls, leather dolls, even some of the finest porcelain faces you've ever seen. Come get your dolls, the wizard Iskarin captured in his likeness." There are other people selling what look like snow globes, just these big crystalline glass balls on ornate bases, and you can see them like shaking them, and various sort of light effects and little bits of snow tumbling around. And as you kind of meander around, there are other people selling just like little knickknacks, trinkets, necklaces, little framed like embroidery, like needlework, things like that. As you get closer, you hear this man in the red velvet frock, whose face is a light shade of pink, as opposed to the rest of his very pallid skin, as he's very animatedly sort of shouting at this older gentleman. No, I told you, it must be the other way. You cannot do this, it must be both. We need the wood and the marble. If we do not have the both, there is no option. The option of choice. Choice is important because it gives people motivation to choose the more expensive option. We are looking for profits here. We are looking for expansion. There are people who are coming. And it's just like this very, like, he won't shut up. You see the guy's like scratching his head and he's trying to interject, but he can't get a word in edgewise. And you can see, like, in his other hand, like, he's scratching his head with one hand, this older gentleman, he has what looks like a rolled up scroll in his other hand. He's just kind of holding his arm akimbo, his hand on his hip, but you can see he's holding what looks like some kind of paperwork with him. He's just sort of nodding, trying to speak.
Yeah, I'll just kind of browse the stalls. I'll kind of circle back to everybody else.
There's a variety of knickknacks. There are wizard dolls. There are cheaper options.
We
made
gotta
of-
buy a porcelain wizard doll.
Yeah, I
For the
have
bar.
a Logan Thackeray doll already. I might as well add to the collection.
Brady's gonna have
There
one of those
are-
like cases of dolls.
There's a variety available in this plaza. There are less expensive dolls made of cloth, stitched together, various patterns and types to give different appearances. There are some that are made of leather that has been formed and shaped to be a little bit more durable and kind of water resistant. The finest stalls with the nicest draperies over the top, with some with like embroidered emblems or sigils on them to indicate the merchant. They're mostly made of stuffed cloth, but their faces and their hands and sometimes their feet are carved out of porcelain in great detail and painted very delicately. Some of them have like wide-brimmed, pointy wizard hats. Some of them do not. Some of them just have like a sort of painted salt and pepper hair and a close-cropped beard. Some of them don't have beards. It's a little different, but they all seem to be mostly in long blue frock coats.
How old
Like
are
one
like
with
the
a
faces?
wizard hat and a beard.
Oh yeah. We need to
The faces don't really have an age.
Like, does he look like an older man, like mid-age, like younger
I
man?
mean, he definitely looks like an adult and not like a Gandalf.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, as you guys are browsing around, Kala especially, there's a similarity here to Kolinar. Yeah.
Was it Kolinar all along?
Is it his brother?
Dear God, he had more similarities.
Is there a hattery close by within these stalls where I could get me a big ass tricorn hat?
So not at the stalls.
God
but
damn it!
Here on these are just like flea market
failure.
stalls. They're carts that people have pulled in. A hatter has a more established presence, and there are some on this level of the city. After just like a moment of asking, because the merchants all know where everything is. They're from here. They point you to a fine hatter on this level, just about a block down on your left, and you'll see the sign.
Guys, I'll be right back. Green goes to buy the biggest tricorn hat you can find.
Absolutely.
And name your price, Ryan. Name your goddamn price.
So at this level of the city, there are quite fine hats. You have like a basic leather tricorn. You have some that are better treated, and the interior is more of like a soft suede. You've got some with like gold embroidery along the edges in a variety of patterns. You've got some that are not leather but felt, of different colors: green, blue, red. The most durable would be the leather ones, especially the ones that have been treated with oils to make them like water and rain resistant. So it's really like, what kind of tricorn hat are you looking for? Do you want like Dustin Hoffman's Hook kind of tricorn hat, black with gold trim and a big feather, or are you looking more like Jack Sparrow, something more durable?
Yeah, no, black with gold trim and a big feather, I think, is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Okay.
Something kind of similar to what this is closer to pettiness, actually. Something similar to what the sheriff was wearing, but like better.
So the sheriff had one that was more like Jack Sparrow's. It was like a leather tricorn.
Is there one that's leather but prettier?
Yeah, well, like his had seen some wear. Like he's clearly worn it outdoors for a while, and he's taken care of it, but it is used. These are exquisitely crafted, fine stitching, well shaped. I would say
Maybe any with like a stamped pattern on it or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, like some
feather.
intricate like knot work scrolling around the edges.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And perhaps a little feather, like a classy one.
Yeah, something tasteful but not like overly elaborate that would get in your way.
Yeah, no poofy. I don't want any obstruction.
Yeah, like a Robin Hood feather
Yeah, like a rock.
rather than a Captain Barbosa.
Can't wait to see what your girlfriend has to say about this.
So yeah, you enter this hat shop, and there are two gentlemen behind the counter, talking, and there are a couple of shoppers kind of looking around, browsing. There are a variety of hats. There are tricorns. There are much larger, kind of wide-brimmed cloth hats. There are ladies' hats. They are talking to each other in quiet tones. And as you walk in, where's my sheet?
I have a blue beret, a maroon top hat, and a green top hat from when we went to Divinity Suite. I'm looking at my. It's on the cardigan.
I forgot you had a hat collection.
Don't worry, I have a collection.
Hats and dolls and other knickknacks.
Yeah.
As
I
you walk
remember
in,
the
one of
family
them
knickknacks.
sees you walking in with your 7+ feet tall, very
Hello.
large frame, with your cloak of the manta ray. One of them clocks you and kind of looks around and says, good afternoon. Welcome to Johnson & Johnson Hatters. I am Mr. Johnson. This is Mr. Johnson, no relation. How may I help you today?
That's crazy. Your finest tricorn hat, please.
I tricorn hat for the discerning lady. The other one says, I shall see what we have. And he kind of talks to you for a second and gets your preference, like what exactly it is you're looking for. And he pulls out 3 fine tricorn hats. One of them has a sort of Celtic knotwork pattern, like embossed on the leather around the upper edges. Another has more of like a leaf and vine type of filigree. It's embossed in the leather, but it also has like some embroidery in it to give it a bit of color. The third is just kind of plain with larger like cross pieces stitched in to keep the flaps up so they don't fall out over time. And as you indicate your preference, I assume you want the Celtic knotwork one.
How
It's up to
much
you.
for all 3 hats?
There is a slight intake of breath from the man who originally introduced themselves to you. And he turns and says, "Oh, James, it seems we are in the presence of a big spender, yeah? This does not happen often. You are most welcome, my dear. What do you think?" And James turns to the other and just says, well, for all 3, this with the Celtic knotwork, the knotwork patterning, this would be griffin hide leather. Is comparatively rare. It's from the Shiver Peaks. I thought it might appeal to you and
Yes.
your fine tastes.
Yep.
See, normally, normally that would go for about 50 gold, but we will strike you a bargain if you're buying all 3 hats. I would say we could let that go for 35. The one with the leaf embroidery, I think, Morgan, we could let perhaps another discount. And Morgan Johnson says, yes, I think we could absolutely, if all 3 are being sold. That is a bit more common material. It's from some of the Siamoths that roam the Caledon forest. It's imported, but not unusual.
Cool.
Perhaps we could say 25 gold. I think that would be fair. I agree. You are, as always, correct. And then the third, of course, is the most plain, but very sturdy in its construction, and it's just a fine sheepskin leather from Divinity's Reach, from the Queensdale region, around the capital city. This will normally only run about 20 gold, but I think we will let that go for 15. This is doable. To which Morgan says, I believe so. Yes, I think that would be fine. So that is 15, 25, and 35.
Yes.
So Morgan says, that would bring the total to 75 gold, if that is all right.
Mr. Johnson, you have yourselves a deal. She shakes both of their hands.
Like bodily shaking, Morgan and James just kind of looks on, and there's just this glint in his eye. Oh yes, I shall box. Would you like them boxed?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and wear the sheep one. No, pardon me. I'll start with the Celtic knots and then we'll see how the rest of the day goes.
Absolutely. With the Celtic one, the knotwork pattern embossed, there is a small, not small, but a more discreet feather. This would be it would be a moa feather or an axe beak. It's like an ostrich type creature, rather than a tail plume, which is the more Captain Barbossa type, really elaborate feather. It's just a wing feather, so it's large and it's a bright gold color.
Ooh.
But the feather itself, it's about the size of a big turkey feather. So it's large and visible, but it's not going to be like dangling and getting in your face or anything.
This is shit that I would do in real life. I came really close to spending $250 on a tricorn hat at the Ren Fair, but
wow.
I didn't.
It was a wise move.
But it's cool.
Probably a wise.
But it's cool, guys, and then I would have a hat. But it's all about this fantasy here.
Wear it every time I play D&D.
Bitch. Next year, I'll start saving.
We all still need to go to Ren Fair together.
Yeah, you also almost bought a sword for like $300.
I did almost buy a sword. Well, I was gonna get just because I was like, I'll get the dagger, I guess, since it's cheaper. But then it was $75, and they also weren't even sharp. So it's like, well, what's the fucking point?
Or yeah, there wasn't one, I guess.
What do the rest of you do while Brina is
Hat shopping?
shopping for hats?
I'm gonna buy that doll. The nicest, most expensive one they have with a wizard hat and a beard.
Absolutely.
There's 15 gold.
Maybe a couple of snow globes for the bar.
So as you go over and look at the snow globes, the young woman selling them turns them over, and you can see that suspended inside this, not apparently attached to anything, it's a model of the fjord with a floating wizard's island with a tower. It's like a mock-up of it that seems to just float in the water, but when you turn it, it doesn't move.
Oh yeah, drunk people are gonna love these.
They are 20 gold each.
Oh.
I'll buy 2.
Worth everything.
We have a ridiculous amount of gold.
We do.
As you guys are looking around the square, the elder gentleman talking to the handlebar mustache guy, that conversation ends, and the elder gentleman walks over to one of the larger cart stalls and begins talking to a younger man who's there working, and they have like an array of things on their cart. It's hard to tell at a distance. And you can see him just kind of carrying on a quiet conversation and nodding and kind of thumbing his hand over his shoulder at the town center.
While that's going on, Galatar will go ahead and walk into the inn to see about acquiring rooms. And as soon as he gets up there, ask the guy for the nicest rooms that they have, because he has a very picky friend with him and just wants to make sure that they get the best rooms possible so they don't have to hear about it, you know?
Vacation. Treat yourself.
So as you walk in, there's like on the left a little sort of sitting room.
Mhm.
It's got like a small fireplace, but lots of big, like comfortable armchairs, and a couple larger, like 2.5 seater, uh, not necessarily like couches, but like a chaise longue up
Mhm.
against the wall. Lots of space with little coffee tables and end tables nearby with what look like little whale oil lamps on them. And to the right, it sort of opens up into a big tap room. And behind the bar, seeing you walk in through the open door, a man cleaning glasses kind of raises his hand and waves a white towel in the air and gets your attention and nods. You see he's probably in his late 30s, early 40s. He's got brown hair, a little shaggy, not unkempt, but just a little longer and not particularly combed. He's got a short, rough beard, not particularly muscular, but not overweight. Kind of, I guess you'd call it a dad bod. Uh, but he is very nicely dressed. He has a well-tailored grass green vest with little bits of gold embroidery and colorful gold buttons. Or not colorful, but like bright gold buttons that kind of about the size of a quarter, kind of glint in the light. Um, Standing behind the bar, you can't really see anything below the vest, but he also has like a white shirt, big bell sleeves, and tucked into the green vest is a cravat of black silk with like a gold paisley pattern. He sort of waves at you and gets your attention.
Ah, hello. Are you the person that kind of runs the establishment?
I am. I am Eugen Brewer. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance as well. John recommended we come talk to you. He helped us dock when we got here. I say we, my friends are outside there in the market doing, God, I hope nothing bad. Anyway, so accommodations wise, there are 6 of us, and I was wondering what the rooms here are like. What are the nicest rooms you have available? You know, any of that stuff.
Well, of course. Most people get directed here when they first arrive in the city. Our finest rooms are on the upper floor, at the window side looking out over the fjord. It's one of the best views of the city. Those are private rooms, and we rent them for 10 gold per night, but that includes a fine dinner in a private room with the rest of the 4th floor renters. Also, complimentary breakfast just after sunup here in the tap room. And as you enter this tap room, you see like there are lots of little round tables and a couple of longer rectangular ones kind of off to the side so that the round tables give people more room to walk. On your right, there is the flat wall of the exterior with big high glass windows with like the crisscross metal patterns in them. On the left behind this guy, this bar is a little longer than you're used to seeing. It's a fairly long bar. Behind him on the wall, most bars have like a mirror and a couple of shelves. There is just a wall of taps. There's maybe 25 taps. Yeah, and they all have like little colorful signs and yeah.
So the 4th floor is your top floor?
It is.
And how many rooms do you have on the 4th floor?
We have 12 rooms on the 4th floor. Currently, 3 are being rented. How many friends do you have?
Well, maybe 0, who knows. 5 though that I think are with me.
If each of you will be requiring a room, that would be 60 gold per night. The beds are large enough to double up if any of you are partners or would care to share. We don't judge.
let's do 6 separate rooms. I think that sounds good.
Very well. And he brings up a little sheet, like there's a little book. He kind of like folds out. And he picks up like a little quill and ink, and he brings up a little sheet of paper and he starts writing your names. And he asks you for your names first. I assume you just give him your legit names.
Yeah, so I'll give my legit names, but first, I guess I want to make sure: are these 6 rooms on the window-facing side, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Best views.
Got it.
Yeah. Single spaces. Each one has a bed, a wash basin that is refilled with clean water daily.
I'm not paying 10 gold a night for a view of the parking lot. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. They have like double kind of glass French doors that open onto a very small. It's not even really a balcony you can step out on, so much as you can just like. It's maybe like 3 feet deep. You can just kind of like step out and lean, but you get this beautiful view
Perfect for me.
of the fjord.
Perfect. Also, y'all mentioned you might know something, or you might be able to tell us a little bit about Garen. I'm a bit of a wizard myself, nothing on his level, of course, but just kind of curious to know a little bit more about him.
Of course, sir. Most people come here specifically for that purpose. Although I must correct you. The wizard's proper name is Isgaren. Isgaren. It is a popular theory among the locals here that he is the son of the wizard Garen the Eternal. He kind of like waits a moment to see if that rings any bells for you before he
Does that ring any
proceeds.
bells for me?
I would say with your passive intellect, yes. Garen the Eternal was the name of the wizard who helped King Roderick of Divinity's Reach build the orrery in the Grand Garden.
Oh. Interesting.
We, of course, have no direct proof of a blood lineage. The wizard himself, when he does rarely grace us with his presence, has not been very open about his heritage. We've not felt the need to pry.
Sure. That makes sense. Okay, so we'll take the 6 rooms, and then we got the breakfast, we've got the dinner. What does one do for lunch in this, town resort? Is there like a great place to go eat? Is there do people like go to the spa and do like a spa day kind of lunch? What would you recommend?
Well, there are a number of fine eateries and restaurants in town on various levels. I can provide you with a list if you wish. There is, of course, also plenty of food and stalls and by street vendors sold quite regularly, especially down towards the docks area. Fresh catches of the day. It's quite common to find a variety. I believe they call them boils. It's not rather a creative name, but they sort of plop a lot of seafood in a pot with quite a bit of seasoning and boil it all up. It doesn't sound appetizing, but I assure you, it rather is.
That sounds fantastic. Yeah, if you could put me together a list of things to try. And then who do we talk to about like booking some of the different things around here? Is there a good person that's like kind of like a travel agency type person, or is there more like you just reach out individually?
Not so much. Yes. While we have a very popular destination location here, we are never so busy that everything would be booked. It's quite possible just to browse around and find something that suits your taste and walk right in. There are usually plenty of open appointment spaces available.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Well, that's great. Do I just need to get the keys for you for the rooms upstairs?
Absolutely. And he reaches under, he grabs a little handwritten pamphlet. It's about the size of a sheet of paper. Hands that to you. It's on like vellum parchment, so it's animal hide. It's not paper. But you can see it's been very meticulously, almost like a illuminated manuscript. It's this handwritten, very careful calligraphy, talking about the different sites and things to do in town. He hands that to you, and you hear clinking and rustling as he pulls up a set of keys, and you see him like looking at the numbers. He lays them down, all 6 for you.
Great. And as Galatar is getting out the gold, he also wants to ask. So, and by the way, when it's late checkout, we probably aren't early risers, you know. Is there like a good late checkout time? Could we request one? What's that like?
We typically expect our guests to return their keys by noon on the following day.
Okay, I think that's going to be a problem for at least one of the people in my group. Let's say for an extra 10 gold, could we make it 2 p.m. that day?
That would be sufficient, yes.
Perfect. Okay, well, here is, I think we're doing 2 nights. Tell you what, I'll give you 130 now, and then if we stay an additional night, I'll pay you an additional 60 then.
Very well.
Perfect. So I'll give him 13 platinum.
Alright, he takes that, and like when you hand the platinum instead of gold, you can see that there's just like this ever so slight raise in his eyebrows, and he nods and discreetly like shuffles that into a coin purse, fastens
I
it to his
only
belt.
carry $100 bills kind of energy.
And I will later tell the group that our checkout time is at 12, just to make sure we're still out by 2.
Well, I mean,
It's like when
I mean,
you know your friends and you're just gonna tell them the earlier time anyway.
Birdie takes the key. It's like, really check out times whenever I leave. And he kind of starts heading towards the room.
Please do not make me teleport you out of this building.
Where's the second one?
The second
My second
room for you?
My second room.
Oh, they said that it was actually occupied. I tried really hard to get it for you. I'm so sorry.
I knew it was going to be like this.
Such a dick. It says.
So eventually you guys meet up around the front doors of this bar, and you see Brino walking down the street in a gorgeous tricorn hat.
Guys, I got 3 hats.
Greeno, what great hats!
Thank
Those are
you.
awesome.
Just wait until you see the inside. It's like sweetie, they're sweetie.
Is that why the tricorn hats? Are you supposed to wear 3 of them at a time?
They're tricorns.
You wear them at
Fresh off
different angles?
the market.
Wow.
One can never have.
Brina, look, you can put 2 on your shoulders. You look super fancy.
Johnson and Johnson.
Very pretty.
Yeah, one can never have too many accessories. That's great.
You want
Oh
to
wait, you got that from Johnson & Johnson?
Yes.
Oh,
Don't make that face.
I've heard bad things about the way they test their products.
No, they're nice gentlemen. Their names are Johnson and Johnson, and they're not related. Anyways,
Cool.
Oh.
they also make deodorant. But
Oh no, see?
There it is.
You're lucky Kitri's not here.
Yeah, I know. I did get her. Well, she can borrow the hat, but I got one with like vines on it. It's super cool, but kind of.
Speaking of Keytree, are we gonna go get those whale steaks?
Oh yeah, we should probably go get those now. Oh, I've got this whole, here's this whole sheet. It's very fancy of different places to check out. Also, apparently they've got like a pot boil type thing that we could try out later. It's apparently very basic, but very tasty.
Sure.
I mean, it's meat, so you know
we're
what
gonna
you're
be here
gonna
for
say.
a while, so
Yeah. But yeah, we should definitely get the whale steaks and not point out those whale lambs to Kitri. Okay, let's just not
Yeah,
mention
I gotta get the whale steaks in now while she's still out with the fish.
With the whales.
Right now it's about 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Well, late.
She's already started like a picket. Oh no!
the whales are like blockading the harbor.
Just a bunch of whales and water elementals on strike.
I will say, Kitri, within about an hour of time, in your dolphin form as you're running around. Now you don't speak dolphin. The dolphins don't really have a speaking language, and you can't cast spells while you're in your dolphin form. So
You ever heard of body language?
Like I would say it's very rapidly apparent as you patrol this fjord. Like there are schools of small fish. Most of the actual fishing happens like kind of out at sea a little ways. there is life here. There's lots of crabs and lobsters and like sea anemones and small fish that you wouldn't necessarily, like little boys might, or little kids might fish for them, or
Little
individual
boy.
fishermen like
Just little ones,
bluegill
though.
and like, you know, small bass and things like that. But the big fish, you know, are further out.
Okay. I'm trying to. I want this load. There it goes. It's not loading my spells. Is speak with animals? Do spells that have require concentration drop when I turn into an animal? And does
No,
speak
you
with
can continue
animals
concentrating on it.
require concentration because my pages stopped loading?
I can look that up. I have my spells page up. I think it is concentration.
Actually, it says it's speak with animals is a ritual.
Okay, so it just lasts 10 minutes. So yeah, you can cast that before you wild shape.
Would I? Yes, I'd like to do that.
He
Okay.
says, I have 10 minutes to find every whale around here.
Find the whales, coordinate them.
Yeah. So as you roll around the shallow part of the fjord, you are able to kind of get across with crabs and fish your point that it is dangerous to be here. The people on the surface, the creatures on the surface want to eat you, to which you are frequently met with everything wants to eat me.
Yeah,
Welcome
but
to the
normal, more than normal.
ocean.
And like, you know, normally sometimes this isn't really like, well, this is kind of you guys, like, you know, do you know where the whales are?
There's like one school of fish that as you are rolling around, they're terrified of you because you're a dolphin. But you are able to communicate with them, and you say like, where are the whales? And they're like,
Where the motherfucking whales at?
the giant death creatures? That way. We don't go there.
Well, whales
And
don't
they
eat
look out
fish,
into the open
though.
sea.
They don't eat fish. They eat krill.
Many of them do. Some whales eat fish.
This uncovered
Sperm whales have
Sperm
big
whales
teeth.
eat fish?
Yeah, they're not only krill.
Either way, sperm whales are probably deep
Technically, I
divers.
was also thinking of orcas, which aren't technically whales. Yeah.
And this
Yo,
isn't a cold
whales.
region. Either way,
Don't humpback whales eat fish? Don't they? Don't they do the bubble.
This
the
is kind
bubble
of-
I think they eat sardines.
Yeah.
We've
I mean,
gone
orcas
off.
And herrings.
so
I just love the idea of like a dolphin that eats fish being like, hey, other things are here to kill you.
That's like,
Stay
that's like,
away.
not
That's
me.
not me, bro.
like a man with a knife running up to you. It's like, where are the dangerous people?
Yelling out to the murderers.
And you're
Is that
Crazy
not
killer.
us in every adventure, though? Is that not
On
us?
brand. I will say that the whales do not. They're not in the
They
fjord.
know he
They're
loves it.
when there are whales, it's like a seasonal thing. Like they're out at sea.
Yeah.
They might sometimes journey here, but they are currently not here.
Well, if I can, I'm gonna try to pull some Finding Nemo stitch and be like, "Don't come back here." And or if you do come back here,
I will.
they're gonna try to harpoon you from the surface, and yeah, like don't do it. Fuck them up. Fuck them up. Ram their ships.
Creature's about to end in fishing industry.
I am about to bring this place's economy to the
She's
ground.
been here less than 2 days. Had one bad interaction is now trying to destroy an entire ecosystem and economy simultaneously.
No, I am not trying to destroy an ecosystem.
You are if all the fish and whales move out.
They're not necessarily gonna leave. This is why I'm like, you just like be careful, but also don't really come back. And I'm not telling all the fish, right? Like, I have 10 minutes.
Every single one of them.
For 10 minutes, Keitry's like,
The chattiest dolphin.
nothing's happening.
The chattiest dolphin in history.
Oh my god. I love D&D.
We have effortless imagination at our fingertips.
Amazing.
Endless opportunities. And stuff.
We have to solve.
But she
our
is
problem
very
somehow.
much like freaked out about someone being like, oh yeah, the things that I harpoon. And she's just like, excuse me?
The sustainable
Greenpeace.
fishing practices, or
I would say within
It's for
the
research
hour you are
purposes.
able to determine that there are not currently whales in the area. It is the wrong time of year.
Okay. Cool.
It's not whaling
Cool.
time. That's why he was on deck and not out whaling.
you go
Makes
back
sense.
like soaking wet, like god damn it.
Nah, she's got 8 hours. She's gonna be like a little mopey, so she's not gonna unwild shape for a bit.
Oh, thank
She's
God.
just like, I'm just gonna stay a dolphin for a while.
My vacay.
I did not want you to catch us eating whale steaks after your efforts.
It is beautiful. The fjord is deep and dark and kind of cold once you get down, but your dolphin form, you know, it's not debilitating or anything. And it's fun. You've never transformed into a dolphin, I think, before, and using your sonar to kind of navigate in the darkness is an interesting experience. And because you are able, at least in the first 10 minutes or so, to communicate with things, the creatures that would otherwise flee from you in terror are more at home, accepting that you know, don't pose an immediate danger to their life. So you frolic in the fjord for a while.
Cool.
The rest of you find that the whale steak is a specialty of the Fjordhard Hall. It's usually served at the dinner hour, so this would be around sunset. You've got a couple hours till that.
But if we're like,
There-
that doesn't work.
Yeah, what if we kind of are like, look, we paid you extra. Can we just get it like an hour, 2 hours early? We've got a vegetarian friend coming.
At the moment, the kitchen is not open. The staff that run it are not there.
We have
They
been.
kind of
Yaltar, can't you
Y'all are awful
I can cook it.
demanding.
You just tell me the recipe and I run my own. Like I
Yeah,
run
they're
a
like,
bar.
God damn it, I don't wanna just eat my shark fin soup, I wanna eat it now.
What do you
Yeah.
mean the
Vacation.
restaurant isn't open?
We have been.
We made a reservation.
We've been here for 1 hour.
Open the fucking restaurant up.
You're in there. Open it.
I can
Huh?
see you.
How long has Garenhoff been around as a town?
I'll go full
the town
Karen.
itself has
Uh-huh.
been here for about 200 years.
Wow, it's not even gonna make it through one day of us, and it's been here for 200 years.
We leave and it's in shambles.
In 2 days, we will have destroyed this place. The elementals will be gone. People will be revolting.
The whales will be fine though.
Yeah, the whales will be safe.
Oh man. While we're shopping around, I guess, could I not retcon, but can I buy a couple postcards? I'm assuming postcards exist. If I could buy some fantasy.
It will say they do, sure.
Okay.
It's like
Fantasy postcards.
5 copper for a nice, well illustrated postcard.
Oh, I guess while we're waiting, I do have sending equip since I used it for Elise and Roland and them. Can I try to send a message? Because I know his name, so I think I can use sending, right? I just have to know their name.
You have to be familiar with
You have to be
them.
familiar with them.
Familiar with them. To what extent? It's such a vague term.
To the extent that your DM decides.
Why? I ain't worried about it. We'll get our ass up to that tower.
Try to look real fast, see if I can find some sage advice for that.
Well, I'll say at some point as we're walking around, Birdie kind of pulls people together. It's like, well, I don't want to make any like solid plans here, but he just drops like he like kind of opens his hand and you see like 2 bags of moon moss, and he's like, we want to just like go on the balcony, bottle of wine,
Is that gone bad by now?
look
My
at
little
the
baggie
fjord.
has
It
a
can't
lot
be
more than that in it.
Yeah, I mean we've got the stuff.
Yeah, I'll fuck
Yeah,
her.
how strong is this stuff? How much do we need per person?
I've got
Enough,
plenty of
Enough.
moss,
I think we've got plenty.
Oh,
Like,
I've got some
yeah. I mean, I'm
green
down.
leaf, and I got a
One
fancy
dose
cap.
per person.
I've got 2 doses then.
I've got a little bit.
Hell yeah, Kala, let's go.
I have 3 zombie grass joints, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh,
Wait,
and I
that's
the
have
last time we did
white
drugs?
mantle juice.
I also have some. That's the like poison healing
I think it
stuff
knocks
though.
you out or something.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
I have 1 vial of white mantle ritual juice.
right. Yes, we take that shit.
Oh,
Let's
for
fucking take
fine.
that shit.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh dear God, I forgot about that.
That stuff will mess you up, man. You don't want any part of that white mantle ritual juice.
I'm sure somebody here sells this stuff if you guys want more.
Yeah,
Sells
I'm
which stuff?
sure.
The drugs or the white
Yeah,
mental
no,
ritual
well,
juice?
no,
Because one of those is
drugs.
a little.
One of
Okay.
those, right? We would have to investigate.
Yeah, one of those would be a little problematic for us.
Oh my
I
God.
think if we find a nice pool, a couple bottles of wine.
Yeah,
Little bit
Eugene,
of
my good man,
moss.
where's the nearest pool since your whale steak isn't available?
And we're
I-
totally not
the-
gonna do a bunch of drugs. You
These
didn't.
are actually just like 2 doors down. There is a bath/spa that has an outdoor pool that's kind of
Oh.
at the edge of the property that overlooks the sea and the fjord.
Fuck yeah.
Is it like a hot spring pool too? Is it like heated by fire elementals or anything?
They do have a hot option as well as a cold one, depending
Is
on the
moon moss legal here?
Right.
Are you asking Eugen, the barkeep? Or are you asking your company?
Yeah, no. Let me talk to Eugene. I'll go to him.
Okay.
I'm
Yes.
new to town.
Talk
Are
really loud.
I have some medicinal herbs, let's say. Are those frowned upon to ingest in city-states such as this? Publicly?
Medicinal
Med-
herbs are perfectly fine. We would hate to.
Recreational herbs?
Not sure I like your implications, sir.
Birthday!
Birdie,
A vacation destination for families.
I see. I see. Well, the recreational herbs will stay where they should be then.
We have never.
That would probably be for the best.
I give him a wink and walk away.
Wow.
All right, so not public, but
We
we
just
can
do it in our rooms.
do it in the rooms, right? Like open a window.
Every other civilized person.
You know, I mean, in my extra, like when I create the mansion thing, I can create like food and drink and stuff. I wonder if I could create drugs.
Bro, I'm trying to trip balls in the hot spring. Fuck you guys. I'm wearing the tricorn hat in this city. Okay.
Yeah, do you get in the hot spring with the tricorn hat on?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Perfect.
That's awesome. Oh yeah,
That
dude.
like immediately melts. I'll go under the
Whose room do we go to do drugs in?
Oh, we can do
Probably
my room.
Birdie's.
Yeah, that's fine.
That way, if he gets busted, we're fine.
Fucking hot box it in Birdie's room.
Put the towels under the door. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Get the fucking noise complaint. Let me see if I have any spells that can help with this.
I have, just because we're fucking talking about it, there was one time I was on a work trip and we had some, and I was with another coworker and we were just hanging out a little bit, and all of a sudden the hotel phone rang and we both felt shit our pants. We picked it up, and it was third coworker looking for us.
No.
It was like,
So-
why'd you fucking call on the phone? You should just come knock on the door. That would make us freak out less, I think.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we'll be fine in the room.
Yeah, we've got 6 rooms. I mean, there are only 3 other people up there, like 3 families,
Look, guys,
probably with small
fucking
children.
Dragon last week. We could do drugs in public.
Right.
Not the worst thing.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be
That's
fine.
true.
We'll be fine.
I know.
In places like this, I'm pretty sure most laws are like suggestive. Anyway, it's just like a suggestion.
Yeah, I don't know that
Like,
the
they're
rocks know what
suggestive,
drugs
they're like-
are, to be honest with you. Like, I don't know if the rock elemental would be able to
Oh shit! Rock elemental comes knocking on door because we're smoking.
We just gotta look out for the narc elemental.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Like, the smoke elementals will get you, man.
This game is stupid.
Sometimes we kill dragons, sometimes we do drugs.
Yeah.
D&D's wild.
Love D&D. So yeah, it's there's lots of stuff to do in the town, and this particular bathhouse, it has like a large outdoor pool, which is like the cold pool, or the non-heated pool is larger than the other, and you can tell by the motion of the water as you're kind of shown in, and the lady is explaining to you, like handing you towels, that the elemental that lives in the cold pool
The spring bathing
Is-
suits.
playful. They do offer like some linens to wear or wraps to cover yourself if you need them. Sans apparel is also allowed for a nominal fee to make the area private for you guys.
What a pain in the neck.
To make it private for us. I thought you were just gonna
Yeah,
be like,
yeah.
it's a nominal fee to be naked.
Yeah,
And
to reserve a space where other people aren't going to be.
You smoke in public, and I also could be.
Whip that baby out. It's gonna cost 5 silver. All right.
Oh, we'll provide you clothes for free, but if you want to be naked,
You
Uh,
come
they-
and take me.
They do tell you that the
Think of how it's like
fantasy
60
hot
buzz.
tub, the hot pool, it's a
Mm.
little smaller. It'll still fit 6 people. It's a little tighter fit with a Norn and a Char in it.
We're friendly.
But it's beside the cold pool. It's still like it's still part of the same sort of open patio. It is slightly elevated, and they explain that there are pipes that run underneath it, like copper pipes that have water that runs in a circuit. And in the back there is a fire elemental that sits and
Ugh.
heats the pipe as the water passes through to keep the temperature constant underneath it. It's comfortable. It's nice. It's not like boiling hot or anything, but it's a nice little hot spring effect.
Take a nice soak.
While we're
Yeah.
kicking it in the hot spring, Brina's just gonna be like, "Hey guys, so I'm glad we're having this vacay, right? That's the vacay portion of this has been great, but are we gonna fuck around with this wizard, or is that just like I want to know. I want
As you're
Galantor to
sitting
be
in the
wizard.
tub, you can see this tower floating.
oh, do you guys want to go now? Like, we could fly up naked for all I care. We're on vacation.
Let's piss off an arc.
I don't think we should go naked. You'd have
I
to
mean-
fly over the whole town naked.
I'm not ashamed of my body.
You should be.
Oh.
Fail. I'm just
Oh.
Brina would know.
Oh, burned. That
Brina would-
really
I
hurt.
mean- I mean,
cast
so
maze.
We
Your
could
girlfriend would be disappointed in you.
if we wanted to like keep the intrigue, like I don't know, are we
Yeah.
like, do we actually want to talk to this guy, or do we just trying to make a show of it? Because we
It
could totally
feels-
just like sneak in there. I'll turn into a gaseous form. I'll get in there. I'll leave him a one of
We
our
haven't even had
business
drugs
cards,
yet. What are we making plans for?
and
Bertie,
we'll,
I kind of want you to just do the gaseous form plan because I feel bad. You've been trying to do it for like 3 months and it's never
I gotta
worked out.
offload this potion, guys.
I
Come on.
just want you to be happy, man.
The
I
bug could just
gaseous
fall out.
form in there. Leave him our business card, and he'll get in touch if he needs us.
How do
know?
you get back?
I'll fly back. I have wing boots.
Oh, right,
Yeah,
right. You
yeah,
just
yeah.
fly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or we could just all go visit him, and you could go as a cloud if you want.
What do we want from this guy?
Well, at first I just wanted to see his cool wizard stuff, but then it turned out he had that whole sex dungeon thing, and maybe kills old people to steal their life force. And I'm just really curious.
Yeah.
What I get for drinking from like midnight on, I'm a little tipsy.
I think we just don't know how to relax.
I think we
That's
don't know
true.
how to relax.
That's
Yeah.
what the drugs
I
were
am
for.
currently naked wearing my swords. I mean, like, that's probably
And
a
it
bad
is a little weird
indication.
because you are the only one naked, Galaton.
I mean, I'm on vacation. I don't know what to tell you.
Like even I'm not because really,
I already paid my nominal fee, but I can do what I want.
Skeletor's just standing and walking.
he's walking around the hot tub as he talks.
Just not even getting in the water.
I think Colin's got a point. I think we've been going pretty nonstop for the past 6 months or so.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Also,
Yeah.
some of us did almost just die like a week ago.
How much was the naked fee?
Like 10 gold.
Yeah, I'll pay the naked fee.
Yes!
Oh, I mean,
would've
we're all
too.
paying
Well,
the
10
naked
gold.
fee, yeah.
It's for the group.
For the group,
Right,
I
10
assume.
group for the
because
group.
we
Yeah,
have to
we'll,
get
we'll,
it.
yeah.
Oh, everybody's
We'll
shipping
get,
in? Okay.
we'll get the
The
naked
10 gold
fee.
is
Yeah,
for
I'll
the,
cover it.
It was like 10 gold's
So we're in a
expensive, but it's
private
worth
room.
it.
I'm doing
We're in
fancy
the
caps
private
right
zone.
now. Then, if we're in the private room, popping fancy caps.
I really hope Keita gets here soon. I feel like bad that she's missing out on our naked drug party.
Yeah, Birdie will go ahead and light up the moon moss out here too. Like
Oh god.
I've got some dream leaf. And
Nobody's around. Yeah, I'll
nobody's
pull
around.
out the zombie grass.
Okay.
This
For,
sucks.
for zombie grass, you need to make a con save.
What drugs can I take?
I got a dream leaf and a moon moss
Dane.
if you need one.
Which
So
one's
you
funner?
have
More
Probably
fun.
moon
disadvantage
moss.
on
I want to try the
perception
moon moss, but it's okay with
checks,
you.
Yeah, yeah.
but advantage on insight checks.
Ooh.
So you can see.
I have 2 more of these if anybody wants one.
I think I'm going to try a moon moss from Alexa.
I'll give Gally a moon moss.
Yeah, I'll take moon moss too.
Well, before I take it, I will message Kitri and just say, hey, Kitri, I don't know what you're up to, but we're doing drugs in a bath naked if you want to come join us. Okay, bye.
No shots
Best
like
message
Rip
ever, by the way.
Peter.
I imagine he hears back.
No, because I can talk in my animal form.
True.
Oh, you can now, can't you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I
so
keep
then
I've
forgetting
been able
that.
to for a while.
Yeah,
Uh,
I consistently forget that.
I do too. So then I'm like, I'm just an animal.
Yeah, you are. You do you.
Eh.
She'll be like, cool, okay. I'm just out enjoying the local sites. Got a few things I want to try to do, but yeah. Enjoy your bath drugs.
Guys, I think Kitri's taking down the local fishing industry, but we should still get high.
Hell
That's all
yeah.
I got to say.
Power to the fishes.
Yeah.
That's
So
what
how
she
does
wants to do on vacation.
So those
I
of
mean,
you
you got both.
lighting up the moon moss.
Yeah, how does that work?
So you get just like a little bowl. You can do it in a pipe, I guess, but just a little bowl or something like an ashtray size is all you need. You put the clump in there and you light it. You let it burn for a bit, smoke up, and it's sort of like when you look at like Native American rituals and movies where they waft the smoke like over and around themselves, and you just inhale the fumes. It's less like smoking and more of a ritualistic type thing.
Mhm.
And as you finish it, it kind of burns through. Take a moment, a couple of deep breaths, and everything becomes extra. Every sensation that you have is amplified to the limit of mortal experience. You are completely incapable of focusing on anything except your senses. You could barely form coherent speech.
The hot tub.
Yeah, like the water is so smooth. and the steam coming off of it, like if you put your hand out, you can feel it crawling over you, and almost feels like a snake is moving across your skin. But as you look out, like the patterns of the waves are just mesmerizing. Everything you turn your attention to, the sights, the sounds, the smells, everything is just absolutely maximized. Those of you who took the moon moss, I would say that as you're kind of looking around, you notice some little things that you didn't before. One is that looking out towards the floating tower and these heavy chains that link it to one of the cliff sides, you can see that there is a small kind of well-worn stair of stone steps that goes up the side of the cliff wall to a level sort of plateau. Couple of fruit trees looks like growing, just sort of hanging out over the edges, but there's a little footpath that goes to the pointed end of a promontory, and just before that pointed tip is where the chains are sort of fastened. And it looks like there are a couple little stone benches out there for people to go up. It looks like a sheer, like 200-foot drop down to the fjord. Just a pretty place to sit and get a view.
I'll do some zombie grass, whatever it's called, with
Okay.
Paula. She's a Diana.
Make a con save.
You guys send me on a bad trip.
Oh,
I see
So
gods.
you have advantage on insight checks for an hour, but you have disadvantage on perception checks during that time.
Makes sense.
Those of you who took the moon moss, you have disadvantage on ability checks, saving throws, and attack rolls.
Yeah, but I got a snake on my arm, so ha ha ha.
That's funny.
What do I get with the fancy cap?
Oh yeah, what's your drug do?
And it's pretty
Fucking
harsh, I
mushrooms.
remember.
Alexa just dies.
You need to make a so Alexa pops a couple of these dried mushroom caps into her mouth and chews them for a bit. I need you to make a con save.
Oh man.
That's 20.
Well, that's good. Everybody had a good trip.
Yeah, it's kind of bad, I think, if I fail.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, you passed.
Well, yeah, no, I think it's... Yeah.
Wait, what happens if Alexa were to have failed?
Yeah,
Fun times.
save it for
He's
later.
not, and God sees her back, which is nice.
We should do drugs more often. Maybe that's why we're having such a hard time.
You're so.
So as that sensation starts to take effect, like your tongue goes a little bit numb. For just a minute, you have advantage on saving throws against effects that would charm or frighten you, and on ability checks to see through illusions. But while you're sitting there, your tongue going numb, you're almost up to your chin in this hot water. You start seeing first one and then another. These little tiny, 3-4 inch tall humanoid figures, brightly colored, and as they zip like dragonflies, their little insect wings beating with a fast hum, they just zip in and around your vision, barely holding still. Sometimes they get close enough and stop just for a moment like a hummingbird might. Their skin looks like it is iridescent, riotous shades of rainbow colors. They sort of giggle and taunt you, doing like little backflips in the air and shaking their butts, and then they just fly away. The rest of you see nothing.
I mean, I'm trying to grab some, of course. no
Just
event.
watch Alexa.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's it. Bertie, has anyone told you have beautiful eyes?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
But today, have they said it today?
Not today though.
Oh, well, you have beautiful eyes.
Thanks, Brina. You have a really cool hat.
You have a cool hat.
And a fat ass!
I told you. Didn't I say something, before this that we would all be naked together?
You did, but have you ever noticed how still water can be?
We're gonna
That's
splash water.
Birdie does the thing where he like gets to like lip level. He's like, and he blows like little bubbles.
Oh, that's cool, man.
Yeah.
Guys, I always get weepy when I'm high, so I just want to say I'm just really glad to be here with all of you guys, and I'm just excited to save the world.
That was
We do
really
have to do
beautiful.
that 4 more times.
You know, I've never been high before, but I gotta say, being high with 4 other people, I fought a dragon with naked in the hot tub, wasn't what I thought would happen, but boy, is it nice. This is good.
Are you?
Yeah.
I mean, because this is
Glad
it,
it's you
guys.
guys. Yeah.
This is it. You know, all my life I've been working for fame and fortune, and now I have it. And so all that's left is, I guess, to do drugs and get drunk and get in a hot tub.
Well,
Look,
That's a
we
good
have
point.
peaked.
there are worse ways to live.
Yeah, I mean, odds are we could die any day, so why not just have more fun with it while we can, you know?
I mean, is that it?
No. The philosophical breakdown.
I
of
think
Birdie
he just
while-
gets that like blank look on his face, like, is that it?
Roll a Constitution saving throw.
Fucking
Constitution
roll.
save for
Wisdom
spiral.
save.
I don't know. Is that it?
Birdie, no. With,
Yeah.
Get more famous.
Dude, right. What do
Mm.
you think we have? We've just
Yeah.
one time. We gotta do it again.
Yeah, don't you want to be like the greatest performer in the world or something? Have you done
You
that
think you're
yet?
the best because you did it once?
That's right.
True. It's
Aren't
true.
isn't the best when you can do it many times?
Even Osmandius once had a good performance. Sort of.
True.
He mostly just stole your gold, I guess.
Don't bring his name.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
that's
sad.
weird.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Careful.
What does everybody want to do once all this is over, you know? Like,
I don't know.
everybody want to do once we kill all the dragons?
Well, we gotta live that long first.
Yeah.
I don't want to jinx it because it is. I don't like to say stuff out loud before it. Because, like, what if you do die? That's
Is
crazy.
it because yours is embarrassing?
No, Galatar.
It's okay, Brina. You can tell us what's your weird fantasy. Is it about the sex dungeon in
It's
the
the
wizard
sex-
castle?
It's not this.
Is it something to do with the abyss? Are you guys going to do weird
Her and
sex
the
stuff?
abbess are gonna get freaky.
Guys.
They're probably already getting freaky. She
Yeah.
spends a lot of
Already.
time at the tower.
Rita, I think her face gets really red, but she also bursts into tears. I think that after, I don't know what will happen after, but I think I want to go home.
To the Shiver Peaks to be with your family?
If we live, because we can, but if we live, I miss home.
Well, this got heavy.
Too cold. It's too
Sorry.
cold there.
Brina, no, you're right though. That's good. I'm
No,
glad you
yeah.
mentioned that.
You could
Glad
go
you
home.
told
We
us.
could still meet up sometimes.
Well,
The world is small now for us.
we're at the spa, and it's like, I'm sorry. I just, when you start thinking about one thing too hard, and that's already hard enough. And
I
then
hope it's not. That might be awkward.
Is it?
brain is working on overdrive, and we've come really far as a group, and I don't know what to expect, and I don't want any of us. I just hope everything goes okay. And I think
Yeah, me too, Brina. I guess I should also say, because I feel like I should be honest, that I did tell Elise the other day that when we're done killing all the dragons, I think I'm going to retire from adventuring.
well, I mean, what other adventures are there?
I know, it's like, what do you do after all that? Like, I love you guys, but where do you go after you kill all the dragons? At some point, you got to get old, right? gotta like have a family. I really want to be a
There
dad
are
one day.
Other worlds than these.
Really good dad.
Oh, thank you, Brina.
Alexa, you
Means a
watch as
lot.
this spectral wolf just like starts walking across the surface of the water towards Sabrina, and she just like walks vertically up her hair and gets to the top of her head and like turns a circle and lies down.
That tracks. Yeah, you are one with the wolves, Brina.
That's really true. I did. It's fine.
Guys. When we finish, when we've killed all the dragons, let's go see that Asura and Rockstar in concert and get front row seats.
Bitch, I miss
Shit, if they don't tell us her secret identity, then
Dude, I will fucking scry the shit out of her to figure out her identity.
I miss Hannah Montana. Dude. I hope she's doing alright.
I forgot what her name is. I mean, I know it's Hannah Montana, but what's her other name?
Aggro.
Aggro.
Aggro, yes.
That guy, dude.
Let's do that if we survive. Which we,
not a big if.
yeah.
What do you want to do, guys? Assuming,
Yeah.
okay, best case scenario, we are so powerful and we kill every single one of the dragons. The world is like, thank you. And we're like, hey, okay, welcome. What do you guys want to do?
I don't know.
Fame and fortune.
Yeah, I never really thought I'd get this far. So I'm kind of flying by the seat of my pants at this point. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, definitely have ideas.
Yeah, like what, Alexa? You wanna share?
Well,
You don't have to.
I mean, I've seen a lot of things, literally, figuratively, and now there's a lot to this world, and there could be a lot to other worlds.
Yeah, there could be, man, maybe.
We've
Alistar turns to talk to you. You see a third eye open up in the middle of his forehead and just
You
start
see,
looking around.
you're starting to understand, Galatar. You can see what I'm talking about. I get it.
I can see so many things, man.
Calator's face melts.
But the Brine Player ship, I
Yeah?
went there to get my new fork, and that just really made me realize they're not from here, not just here like LA, they're here, this place of existence.
That's true.
This might be a stupid question, but
No stupid questions in hot tub time.
like, did you run out of forks? I don't understand why you had to go like all the way back.
It's
That's a good
a
question.
magical fork.
Like, we have like a lot in the water.
Thank you, person. We got it. Yeah.
And you don't put this one in your mouth.
You can go there anyway.
Where do you? Oh.
Oh, is this for your new dungeon you were talking about?
Just
The
make
mouth fork.
I walked into that one
Yeah.
pretty hard.
have a lot to
I've
do
been
with
paying
tentacles.
attention.
Oh, it all makes sense as to what adventure you want to go on next, Alex. I got you.
Having a sex dungeon. that I thought
That's
was-
right. Don't let anyone say that you can't have sex with tentacled brine flare members. You live your life.
Alexa, I think the
Sounds a
truth
little less than
Really?
consentical.
everywhere.
Oh no, that was the fifth one, but it wasn't as good. What about you, Kala? What do you have any idea what you want to do once you know?
Yeah, I'm gonna start a war.
Whoa!
Okay. That was a twist I did not see coming.
Wow.
I thought mine was pretty out there, but
Like a big one or
Yeah,
like
I thought
a?
tentacle
Whoa.
porn was going to be the highlight of this conversation.
With the Flame Legion. I'm gonna go kill all the males.
Holy shit!
Oh yeah, that makes
you
sense.
know,
Yeah, that's
Wow.
why
Do
I'm
you
need help
saving
with
all
that?
those weapons.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to get as many people as I can.
Oh
Go kill them all.
yeah.
Holy-
What time of day is it now, Ryan?
At this point,
murder o'clock.
it's about
apparently.
like It's probably getting on like 1:45, 2 o'clock.
God damn
We've
it.
literally been here like an hour.
Yeah.
In my brain, it's sunset. Like,
Oh, okay, I thought you
That's what
guys had
happens
like.
when you do
Like
drugs.
an hour and
Paige.
45 minutes. Yeah, you rolled in about noon. Took you about an hour to like get the rooms, find the place, and now you've
Harass
sat in a
the
hot
people.
tub and smoked. It's
you said it's
closing
vacation.
in on 2.
Fucked up.
Okay, yeah, she's still out in the ocean. I was thinking it was getting close to like late evening, and I was like,
yeah.
You could come join us for drugs. I told you about
I
them.
mean, you guys could just.
I know
I'll be honest.
they are not. They have not.
But wait, so Carly, you're going to kill all the males?
Yeah.
Okay, so how, like, what are you just going to bring the women and children like back to the Iron Legion? Do you have any like what's gonna?
I haven't really figured that part out yet.
That's all right.
Yeah.
That's just
Maybe
detail.
they'll start their own legion, a new one.
Oh, you think like the
You know.
women's legion, like kick all the men's asses?
Yeah, maybe.
That would be cool.
Maybe they'll join the others. I don't know.
Yeah.
Man,
Maybe
if you
they'll all
need
move to
help-
LA.
if
Yeah.
one-
That would be cool. It's a cool city.
I don't know what plans look like after this, but that is really admirable. One.
Yeah.
If
I feel
there's,
like you would get a lot of support.
yeah.
Killed that one guy's son, right? Isn't like the chief guy? Didn't we kill his son or something? In that tomb.
Got a lot of
Uh,
people's sons when you think about it.
The fuck.
And when we were
No,
in the tomb with the Ascalonian
I don't think he was
ghost.
anybody's.
Well,
not anybody important. I mean, he's got a
everybody's
sire,
somebody's
yeah,
son, yeah.
Oh,
I
I
don't
thought he
think
was
his sire was
like
important.
some high up or something in the Flame Legion, like
the son
important
of
high
a
up guy.
shaman.
Who's that?
Oh, the
But-
son of a shaman. Okay,
who's
but
that
not like the
butcher guy we
shaman.
killed that
No.
one time. There was
Yeah, the murder
Oz,
count's
man
gone
here.
real high.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I mean, I guess most of them are in self-defense.
I
I
think
haven't really like killed a lot of people on purpose.
So
No, there was that time that, like, you remember when we stained the floors of that entire White Mantle stronghold
Yeah.
with blood because we killed like 46 people in like
Good
10
times.
minutes?
I mean, but they were bad people.
Oh, they were awful people, but the blood never came out of my shoes, and I had to
Do you
get rid of them.
think their families thought they were bad people, or did they like
Yeah.
know?
Yeah, their,
Well, I
their
don't-
families thought they were real
Well,
shitheads.
Probably
I
like
think they did.
50-50, I bet.
Rita's
Yeah.
crying again. Like quiet this time.
Oh, but it's okay. Most of their families now know their friends were racist assholes.
No, I agree.
Although I did see a little girl crying in the street the other day. Her dad, I think.
Wait a
was
sec.
from
Wait a
White
sec.
Mantle.
Brina.
Mm.
Imagine a very small cat. Just it's so tiny. Yeah, there we go. I don't think it has anything to do with the murdering.
What is it?
It's just can fit in the palm of your hand.
Alexa,
Oh my
you
God.
see like a crescent moon
Uh.
floating above Birdie's shoulder, sort of twisting back and forth, and as you watch, it solidifies into a toothy grin, and then around it forms, like the Cheshire Cat, a body of a
Mm.
very small kitten, just kind of looking at you with this insane, like Joker-esque grin.
Like that one right there. Brina, do you see it?
Huh?
Maybe you should try different drugs next time.
Yeah, Brina, you need an
Gotcha.
upper. We gotta get you an upper.
Yeah, do you get this emotional when you drink or just when you do drugs?
Well, drink is different. Drink, you go woohoo, and I
I've
feel-
got this juice, but I don't really know how it would work.
Oh, you want this? Yeah, we all have some.
No, this I bought from
See that?
a place, not the.
Wait,
I
th-
got
what
this
is this
from the white.
juice?
This is
This
this
is
is.
Well, it's.
Tell us about your juice.
I didn't write a lot of notes about it. It's not really for me.
Who did
Who's
you
it,
get
who's
it?
it for? Is this
Who's
like
it
an
from?
aphrodisiac? What's it?
Yes, Gally, it is.
We
Really?
don't talk about harm reduction, guys.
I
That's
think
why
we need to
maybe-
talk about Alexis's life choices. You should really write down the description of the products you buy.
I mean, I know what it is for you. I just don't know how it works for me or Brina.
I don't understand. Oh, I understand.
Is it
I
like
think.
what?
It's
It's
just
like the
for
thing they make a little
humans.
pill for the older men.
That's what
Can
I
I
wrote.
give
I,
this to you?
I wrote Viagra juice.
Where
Do
was
you
this
know? I
from?
bet you could sell
Dude,
this
I
to
have
that
no
wizard
idea.
for a
I remember
lot of
buying
money.
it though. I might.
Oh, did you buy it for
You're
your?
from Melody?
Yeah, didn't you
Probably.
buy it
Ah,
from?
My
something
fucking
you
god, it
purchased from
was
Immersion.
Melody Marchgrass.
No.
That bitch.
Okay. Purchased
I'm
a
a
new
misogynist.
stimulant.
I mean, it was originally developed for what? Was it?
Yes. What was it? On session 75.
What was Viagra originally developed for? Because it wasn't for that. It was for
Heart.
heart stuff.
It was a heart medicine.
I buy some drugs from Melanie. Fancy Captain
God.
Viagra juice.
It changes the ion channels, and so it makes it easier for your heart to beat. But so, like, it's literally vasodilation, so it makes your blood vessels bigger, which also works on dicks. So
I just love that they were like, you know, we got this potentially very helpful heart medication, but you know what's more important? Penises.
But you know what's even more important? That it's covered by insurance.
Yep. That's a God-given right,
We're
let me
not
tell
gonna
you.
dive down that particular rabbit hole.
That's not a major issue in Divinity's Reach. Their courts haven't recently passed restrictive laws.
Oof.
We can fix that in this universe.
Anyways, I have this juice. It could be an upper for.
Are you just going to make her like really like I don't know what does that even do?
I don't want any more juice. I'm good.
All right, we're good.
What other juice have you had?
I'm good. Guys, here's the deal. I love you. It's gonna be okay. And I think that tomorrow we should really try and hang out with this wizard. Because I want to know what this deal is. I'm not saying we gotta fuck him up. I just think it'd be fun making a new friend.
Yeah, I think we just fly up there tomorrow. We like say hey, we bring some spritzers or something.
That's,
We could bring him some drugs.
we bring him the drugs.
But where do we buy drugs here? I think we just went through most of our drugs.
I've got a little
I
bit of
can
dream leaf
Find
left,
somebody.
and we can
Oh.
find drugs.
It just takes
It's
a
a
little
fucking
while.
resort town.
Also,
Yeah.
did you guys see there's like a bench over there by those chains? We could like sit down and like look at the little tower thingy up close. Be great.
That's really
I
fucking
don't
far
see it.
away.
One of the servitors comes out with like a little tray, some glasses of water
Oh,
to help keep you
it's
hydrated.
Galatar immediately like dunks his head under the water.
Oh shit!
Water.
You guys watch as Galatar vanishes.
We all freak out.
Galatar, you plunge beneath the water, and all of a sudden the temperature changes, and you are immersed in this water, and it seems darker than you remember,
Good.
and the water is colder. It's not freezing or anything. It's like normal stream temperature at this this latitude at this time of year. As you rise back up out of it, you realize you're no longer sitting in a stone platform, and as you break the surface and look around, there's no village. You are standing in the fjord on a flat like cliffside in a shallow pool fed by a little running stream that then runs further down. There's no wizard's tower, there's no island. There are tall trees, taller and bigger than any you've seen.
What? I just wanted to avoid getting
Far away
busted for
land.
drugs, man.
As you look around, there is a sweetness to the air, and it's twilight. It is a beautiful sunset, and there are large golden blossoms on the trees. These enormous trees with silvery gray bark and brilliant like golden flowers from their tall branches kind of overshadow this deep fjord. You kind of look around. You're still like chest deep in this pool. you can see far down at the edge of like the lower level, where this stream finally terminates and runs into the fjord. There is an elk that is sort of bent down, heads lapping up the water from this freshwater stream. As it raises its head, you can see this huge rack on this creature. And it's so, like, it's hard to tell, but the creature itself just looks gigantic. It's bigger than
Amazing
any
is your highest
creature
drugs.
that you've seen.
Huh. Cool.
He just
How long
Yeah,
does this drug
you guys
last?
you guys are sitting in the hot tub and he's gone.
does the server react? Collie jumps out of the water, but does the server like?
Yeah, and I'm like, where the fuck
The-
did Galatar just go?
Whoa.
The server
He was.
was
Whoa.
turning to close the door,
Mm.
and as they turn back, they see Kala leap out of the water, and they kind of hold the tray back so the water doesn't splash in the glasses.
I told you baths were dangerous. She's just like
Oh, whoa,
walking
whoa,
away
whoa,
from the
whoa,
tub.
Carlos, all good.
Oh yeah,
he's
I
gone.
brought you some water to keep you hydrated.
I would love
If
some
anyone's
water.
interested, here you are.
Thank you. Dinner. Oh fuck, man.
Kind of sets the tray down on a nearby counter.
Kind of reach out to
We're
the
missing
space
a
where Galatar was.
person.
Is he there? Because he goes invisible all the
Yeah,
time.
break your hand
and
through the
she's
water.
like, oh,
there's
maybe he's
nobody.
How long does it take?
that seems like a problem.
I'd stand up and like walk through the water over to where
Yeah, no,
Galatar
he
was.
can teleport and stuff.
He is under
you
the
think he did?
influence.
I think it's gonna be fine.
Galatar does not know how to do drugs. He's probably very lost.
Yeah,
Oh,
honestly,
crap.
that's like not the right way to do drugs.
What if
Maybe
he
could have
did
drowned.
fucking panic tele? I'll send him a message.
Okay.
Gally, where the are you? I send him a message.
Where the are you?
I think I know the answer to my question.
Where the are you? What the fuck?
How long does this drug I'm on last?
Forever.
Oh no. This is
Okay, you have
problematic.
disadvantage on a bunch of shit.
Yeah, I'm disadvantaged on all ability checks and saving throws.
Yes.
And you're naked.
And I'm naked.
But you have your sword.
Which
You have
arguably
no
isn't a problem
items.
in the current conditions. Yeah.
No,
Well, I do have
sorry.
my sword. It was on
You
my
did
back.
say that. I did hear you say that.
You do
Did say to
hear
take my sword off.
Alexa's message.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you
I
hear,
do.
Galatar, where the are you?
I went under the water and came up, and now there are large trees and a giant elk and no wizard tower. Help! How long does drug last?
I might be right back. I say to the group, and I go under.
Go under, and you are submerged in warm water.
Fuck.
Oh.
As you
Fuck,
look
it
around,
doesn't work that
there are
way.
like 6 little semi-translucent Galatars just kind of like swimming around naked and doesn't give you like thumbs up.
Now come back up. She's like,
Did you
okay,
find him?
yeah. No, not the one that I was looking for.
Guys, I'm gonna
Maybe he'll just
again.
hop back in.
No, he
It's
said
like-
he's somewhere far. Bertie, where's that ball of yours?
It's in my
not-
bag. It's in the room.
The worst thing to happen on vacation when you leave it in the room.
The server's still there?
I'm also not attuned to
Server
it.
has backed
so-
away and gone back inside.
Oh.
Yeah, you gotta attune to it though, so might take a while.
He'll probably be dead by then.
What?
I'm
Yeah.
trapped. Can I, is this elk like approaching me or is it just looking
No,
at me?
this is like you're on like the
Yeah.
5th level of the city, and it's down by the shore. And it's hundreds of feet away from you.
Okay. But it didn't look at
It's
me or
ju-
anything. It's
no,
just massive.
drinking from a stream.
Is there anything else around me of note? Is it just all blank space with giant trees?
As you look around, it looks very much like the fjord you were just in, but there's no trace of civilization. There's a vaguely kind of stair-steppy shape to the way it's kind of been worn, but it's much more gradual and natural.
What can I ask? Do the trees, having studied like nature and like botany and whatnot, and like stuff like that, do the trees look familiar? Are they like things I would have seen in an old history textbook or anything like that?
Make a nature check with disadvantage.
Oh, right, I have disadvantage on everything. I forgot. This was a horrible idea. All right, the first one, the second one. Okay, so lower the 2 is a 15 instead of a 22.
Thus begins Galatar's adventure into sobriety.
With
Drink,
a
baby,
15,
drink. We're gonna die yet.
You've read quite a bit about trees, and especially anything that would have to do with magical properties of trees. None of these look familiar.
Okay.
And their size is unusual. Like, you know that things like this exist in old growth forests. It's odd to see them like this close to the coast.
I have a weird question. I'm not entirely sure how Omen works, in that I understand the spirit of the woman who originally wielded Omen is somewhat preserved in the blade. Is it possible to at all like meditate and sort of communicate or ask her spirit a question?
Let me look up that item right quick.
Okay.
But I send him another message at this point.
Galatar, you're in a pickle.
Callie, I tried to dunk myself, but we're still here.
I think I might be back in the same place, but further in time. But also, I'm a little out of it. I could just have accidentally teleported.
Spirit that is bound into the blade is not able to communicate.
Okay.
It's more of like a general will.
Gotcha. Not a communicate with will spell.
Yeah, not like a personality.
That checks. Cool. Okay, well, I guess while they're figuring out what they'll do, I'll just kind of walk around. I guess I can see further though. Like I can perceive much better than normal, right? On this drug.
Well, everything you can see is just like it. All of your senses are giving you a lot more information. It's kind of dim where you are because the light is different. It's not late afternoon. It is like the sun has apparently just gone below the horizon. So it's a little dimmer, but there's also no buildings and nothing other than trees and like flowering bushes and kind of like dense undergrowth crowding in to block your vision. So you can both see further and it's a little dimmer, so it's a little harder to make out details.
Okay. Well, if it's getting dark, I don't have on my belt of dwarven kind, so I don't have dark vision.
No.
So I guess I will try and cast like my little mansion thing and see if that works. Like if I can cast my magic.
Does that require components?
Oh, it does. I wouldn't have them only one.
I believe so. I think it has to have an expensive material component.
It's not an expensive material component. It's like the little 5 gold piece, but it's the 3 little statue things.
Yeah.
So I do not have that. But I will try just to go ahead and try and test out my magic. Let me try.
Lots of cantrips.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Let me try. I currently have. Oh, I've got shape water currently. I'll try shape water on the little pool and see if that works.
Or do you step out first?
Oh, I step out of it, but then I'll try and like create just like a little cube with the water and then let it go, but just to see if it works at all.
So you go to step out of the water and like you're naked but for your sword strapped to your back.
Yeah.
As your feet
Thank God.
You step on these sort of slick bare stones, slightly muddy, and as you make your way up out of this pool, you step onto the softest, greenest grass and moss at the edge of this pool, and it's like 1,000 little fingers massaging your feet. It's just an overwhelming sensation of the different physicalities of first the mud and the stone kind of scraping like a pumice stone at the bottoms of the soles of your feet, and then you hit the soft moss and you can feel the longer blades of grass between your toes. As you move your feet, you feel them scraping almost like razors against it. For a moment you are distracted.
Yeah.
But as you turn and focus your will, the water does kind of bend and sway. You are able to cast your spells.
Okay. Interesting. Well, let them do what they're gonna do while I just kind of play with the grass, because I feel like he'd be very like, oh, that feels amazing. Maybe lie down in it, take a little roll about.
As you lie down, whoa.
Oh.
It's like just thousands of little pokes and prods and scratching just slightly all across your back. And as you lie down, the smell of clear, cool water and the sweetness of humid seaside air over the grass, the scent of the bark and the sound of both the waves and the wind through these massive yellow leaves of these towering titanic trees. It's just like this symphony of twilight all around you. Looking up, you catch just a small space between the boughs of these large trees, and there's just a blanket of diamonds across the deepest, cleanest blue of a dark, like navy twilight sky that you've ever seen.
Sober Galatar might care about getting back, but a little out of it Galatar is just probably gonna lay in the grass and then look up at the stars and just kind of close his eyes and maybe take a nap. Like, this just feels like the perfect kind of like hammock weather where you just kind of put your hands behind your head and just kind of enjoy it.
So you
be
find yourself
relaxing without
relaxing,
panic-inducing.
you close your eyes, and the sensations are so overwhelming. It's almost like you can feel the earth moving beneath you, and you are unable to fall asleep.
All right, I'll just lay there with my eyes closed and enjoy.
Altar vibing, jump cut to us in the hot tub, like, I don't know!
What are we doing? Ah! Ah!
Maybe we should go get help. Maybe this happens sometimes. The elementals do something, and maybe the hot tub is broken.
Maybe the hot tub's, yeah.
The hot tub's broken.
I
It
hope
ate
it's not
our
a time
friend.
machine.
It's haunted. What means
Like, guys, I mean, are we sure he didn't like teleport somewhere? He does that.
I think he'd say he did it.
Well, he did kind
Well,
of say he might have done
He
that.
could come.
He's
We
like
could tell him,
never
you
been
know.
high before.
Well,
It might have scared
didn't he
him.
get high at the Grove?
I don't know.
Oh, he didn't panic teleport. We'll give him this. Galatar's a smart motherfucker.
Well, he's okay at least. We know. I can
Yeah,
talk
you
to him.
got him on message.
I think I'm gonna ask that waiter.
I think you should.
Paula wraps a towel around her waist. Goes to look for the waiter.
You find this server inside, kind of folding towels. Yes, can I help you?
Do people ever disappear from the hot tub? Is that a thing that maybe the elementals take them?
She kind of laughs a little bit. No, not from the hot tubs, no.
Oh,
And the
from other
elementals
places though?
certainly don't take people.
Well-
Well, the roads are dangerous. People go missing from between here and the next
No,
town.
this happened in the hot tub.
Sorry?
Our friend disappeared. He's gone.
You jest.
No, it's he disappeared. I don't know where he went.
Hot tub's
This
broken.
doesn't happen.
Does your friend do this often? Is it perhaps the practical joker?
No, not really. I mean, if it was my other friend, yeah, probably. But
Not this magic.
Not this
user.
one.
I shall go and ask the manager. In the meantime,
okay.
please do enjoy a nice, refreshing glass of water. I shall return shortly.
All right. I go back out to the hot tub. They're gonna ask the manager. I don't.
Well, there you have it. It's all sorted.
We're the most capable group of adventurers in the world, and the best we can do is ask the manager.
Listen, I got a lot of magic, all right? I got a lot of tools in the tool belt. But I don't have anything if you just fuck like up
Yeah.
and vanish like a fart in the wind. Like that's, I got nothing.
There's nothing to shoot.
There's nothing to punch. Alexa,
Yeah.
you're the one who likes to.
I know, I've got a long shot, but like, I don't know if it will work or not.
No.
If I hop in the lifeboat, then I might be able to shift to where he is.
Oh, God.
But that's a long shot.
I feel like he's gonna come back. I feel like we'll be okay. Maybe.
But you're vibing way too hard in this crisis.
Everybody's just talking really loud.
It does sound
Alexa,
quite loud.
Is there a fork that can fix this?
Is there a what?
There a fork that can fix this?
If I knew where he was, then maybe
God,
we could fork it up.
I should have gone to school for magic. Yet here I am.
Yeah.
Thing we didn't give anybody a business card yet.
That's true.
It might have helped. Might have helped. At least if he had one with him, he'd know he could get back.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's still not how those work, by the way.
Maybe this will
Until I
get
get
us
the
to
list
talk
off.
to the wizard.
We could talk to the wizard.
Like if nobody else can find him, then
Oh,
you ask a
okay.
wizard,
All right,
right?
all right. If Galatar is not here by the time we're not high, we'll go talk to the wizard.
Wonderful.
I agree with that plan.
I think that's
Yeah.
Now, until then,
I mean, we know he's alive.
can we all just sit in the hot tub?
I'm not getting back in the hot tub.
I already went under. It's okay.
the hot tub is broken.
See, I'll do it again. And I dunk myself.
I promise you, Bernie's like,
Same effect.
it's like up to his, it's like right below his lips. She's like, I promise it's not broken.
Right. Well, I'll just ease this back into the water. I guess we wait.
You ease back in. It's
Yeah.
warm. It's comfortable.
Is there a way to magically come down from this?
Yeah. I mean, do you want not to be high anymore?
I mean, no, but
Yeah, I've got some dream leaf.
bro, what if Galatar dies in another dimension and we're just sitting here?
Galatar is a very
I'll fucking
capable
send him a
wizard. He's not
message.
gonna die.
Galatar, are you still alive?
I'm still alive, but I realized I don't have any spell components. But also, don't worry, I was a Seraph Scout.
He said, "Don't worry, Brina.
He's fine.
He's
He was,
fine."
yeah.
Alright, okay.
I mean, if you really don't want to be high, we can end it. But
You don't have demi-plane either, do you?
I mean, like, come on, bro.
bro,
like-
do not call me. Alright, whatever. I will
Just-
sit here.
He was a Seraph Scout, you know.
You're not wrong. Alright. This sucks. But he's a big boy.
I think he might actually.
He's kind of small.
He is a little boy. You're absolutely right. Oh, he's hopeless. A bear gets
Chandler,
him.
did you learn demiplane this level?
A big-
No, oh, I did take demi-plane at this level, but I wasn't really going to work on learning it until I had time to sit down with Alexa between adventures, which I don't think's really happened yet. So I don't know.
Well, it was part of your leveling up
Yeah.
You could say you worked on it with her and Kolinar as they were working on
Sure.
the
Does it need
planar-
I
material
also
components?
don't know
though?
how
It does
Demi.
not.
Also, I
Oh.
don't have Demi plane prepared currently
Oh, well,
yep,
that's a
yep,
hard
there's
stop.
the rub.
because not one of my 8th level spells I keep. I can make a dragon.
That'll help.
I mean, that's pretty cool, right?
Oh well,
guys?
we were
so
so
much cooler
close.
than what I thought was gonna happen tonight.
Guys, what if he gets like stung by a bee or something? Like he's,
Oh no.
Is he allergic to bees?
I don't know, but it probably hurt
If
him.
he was as an adventurer, I think he'd be long dead.
Honestly, if there were one person in our group who was allergic to bees, it'd be Galatar.
It would be
Oh,
Galatar.
I see what you thought was gonna happen. I gotcha. Yeah, I can't do that tonight.
Oh,
Yeah,
spending
let's
at least
just,
one
let's
night in this
just,
place.
let's just, like he's a grown man. We're gonna sit here.
Wait, we're in contact with him.
We're in contact
He
with him.
sounded not worried.
He's
like
in
he
good
said.
spirits. We're gonna sit
Also,
here.
after about 15 minutes of lying there, Galatar probably, since he can't sleep and is feeling everything, would just get up and start wondering about because, why not?
Yeah.
I mean, you can feel and experience everything. This place seems really cool. So whether he's high or not, like this is an opportunity for knowledge. You know what I mean?
About 15 minutes go by, you open your eyes and kind of sit up. And it's still just like the air is so sweet. There's just a hint of the brine of the salty sea. But there's an overwhelming sweetness of blossoms and grass and the evening dew, maybe the morning dew. You're not quite sure. Doesn't look like the sun has set in the west. Kind of hard to tell where it's set. Just sort of a general light that's diffused around the horizon. The
And there's-
high mountains are blocking your view.
Oh, and there are stars in the sky, but the light's like
Yeah,
Huh.
yeah. Out of the horizon, the stars have not yet appeared.
interesting.
Yeah. As you look around, the elk is gone.
Oh no, my friend has vanished.
As you
Okay.
walk around, you start to see little bits of light, just little flickers and flashes, almost like fireflies. But when they appear and they move with the speed of a hummingbird, and then they're gone. But they seem in the distance. They're not like around you.
Okay, I guess a couple things. One, I want to pick up a rock. Try and, in case anything comes near me, I should have a rock. Probably that's what they said in Sayer Scouts. And secondly, I guess I want to start making my way inland, just looking for like signs of smoke or signs of.
As you pick
Life
up
or
the
activity?
stone, there's a faint sound from the pool behind you. It's not a splash so much as like a gentle ripple. And as you feel the coldness of this stone, the sharpness of the angles of it, like it's not sharp enough to cut you, but in your enhanced physical senses, it's beautiful and intoxicating. The smoothness of a side and the roughness of another with small pock marks, the sharpness of one edge and the gentle grating curve of another. And you hear behind you a musical, silky voice that says, "What are you doing with that?"
I'm sorry, who are you? I'll turn around very slowly.
As you turn, you see a beautiful, pale, bluish tinted female form pressing its way up out of the pool. It's resting its weight on its forearms, just kind of leaning its upper body out of the water. Its hair long and silvery, wet and kind of dangling down, barely covering her nakedness. You can just see like the motion of feet behind her, just sort of gently kicking in the water, sapphire blue eyes. She looks at you as you turn, and you can see she gives you like a once-over, like head to toe and back to head.
Oh yeah.
Huh. An odd creature.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Is that okay? Do you mind?
She kind of looks at you curiously. You can speak.
Yeah, I'm not as dumb as I look, but I do get that a lot. It honestly led to a lot of insecurities when I was a child. I'm sorry, I'm getting
It
lost.
giggles a little bit, and it's like the tinkling of high note keys on a piano. It's just this beautiful musical sound, like bells, like tiny silver bells. And she just has this infinitely ingratiating smile as her eyes kind of scrunch up at the edges. She says, "You're funny. What are you doing here?"
Well, I was in a pool with my friends doing some drugs, and
You
then,
came out of my pool.
yes, I went into the pool where my friends were, and then I came back up, and then I was here, and then I was like, wow, this isn't the place I left, but it is so cool. And then I was looking at your trees, and there was an elk, and then I laid in the grass, and that felt really nice. I'm sorry, who are you? I'm being
Grass is
very rude.
very nice here.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm Galitar. I'm being very rude. What's your name?
Galatar. That's funny. This is my pool. You're welcome to swim in it, as long as you're gentle. And she kind of like slides back a little bit, and as she moves, you can see like she's not standing in the pool. As she kind of moves and shifts her weight, like her lower section kind of blends with the water. Almost like an elemental, but she has a much more solid human-like figure, and you can see she's a very naked woman. She kind of looks at you, puzzled. Are you of the earth? Or of the trees?
I'm a human. But wait. Maybe we're before humans arrived on Tyria. In that case, maybe you
Tyria.
haven't seen a human. Tyria is what my people call this entire world. Or at least this continent area.
Seems a strange name.
We're a strange people. Complicated for sure.
I've never seen something like you. Not here.
To be quite honest, I've never seen something like you either. I'm quite intrigued. What are you?
She looks puzzled. She kind of does like the dog head tilt. I am what I am. I am of the water. This is my pool.
Do you ever leave your pool, or do you always stay in your pool?
I have no reason to leave my pool. I am of the water.
It is a lovely pool.
It is. It's perfect.
Do you have a name, or are you just who you are?
I am what I am.
Okay.
Names are private.
Oh,
It's
so I gave.
strange that you offer yours so readily.
Why?
But I am honored by your trust.
I'm sorry. Why are names private?
They just are, silly. Everybody knows that.
Okay, either I am really high, or this is the weirdest magical thing that's happened to me in like a year. Okay. All right.
On your back.
Yeah.
Not hair. What is it?
This thing here? It's a sword.
What is a sword?
It's a tool used to protect and defend the people and things you care about.
That sounds important.
Yes, it most recently helped me to fight a dragon. Have you seen a dragon before?
I've seen many dragons. They sometimes come to water themselves here.
I'm sorry, what?
They sometimes come to water themselves here. The stream nearby is quite lovely.
Can I say this is the most incredible Okay. You've seen dragons. Wait, are there a lot of dragons? Just a few?
Oh, sure. There are dragons all over.
Okay. Are the dragons nice to you? Are they nice to your pool? Do they not ruffle your waters?
Some of them, the smaller ones. Stay
Okay.
away from the larger ones. Their temperament.
Hmm. Do you know one called Zaitan? What about Mordramoth?
That's a funny name.
I think so
Oh.
too. I'm pretty sure he just woke up though, so it's probably not as funny as I used to find it. What
Mustn't bother a waking dragon. They can get very cranky.
These ones killed a lot of my kind.
They
Yes.
must be the big kind.
They were
mean.
very big, very mean. But I don't think I'm from this time. I think I'm from the future.
You hear a sudden sound behind you, like a humming or buzzing. And as you turn, you catch the flash of light out of one corner of your eye, and then sound goes to your other side. And as you turn, there is a 4-inch tall humanoid figure. It's kind of sitting still like a hummingbird in the air, its feet kind of flickering back and forth as these dragonfly wings are flitting around faster than your eyes can really catch. And it stops to investigate you for a moment and then flies over the side of this creature. And you hear a high-pitched voice say,
What's going on here? Who is this creature? What is he doing in Her Majesty's lands?
and it's very rapid. He almost trips over his own tongue as he's speaking. And the creature in the pool turns and very languidly sort of like does the hair flip. And her hair's wet, so it's got a lot of weight to it. And you see like there's just a little shower of sparkling water droplets that sort of spray across this. It dodges out of the way.
Stop that now. Stop that now. It's not appropriate.
And she kind of giggles a little bit, this tinkling bell laughter. Oh, don't be silly. Leave him alone. I think the poor thing is lost. Have you ever seen something like this before? No, I've never seen anything like it. Maybe we should ask. Should I take a message? I think I should. Maybe. I don't think so. But look at what he's got with him. Such a strange twig. And you watch as this creature glows with a glittering light. Zips over to you again, zips behind you. And you hear just a faint sizzle and pop, followed by a high-pitched and the buzzing becomes more intense as it skips behind this creature again. And you watch as the woman in the water sort of backs up a little bit and is sort of raising her hands to shield this creature,
I'm
looking
sorry?
wide-eyed at you and says, Iron! You bring iron? Here! You must leave. You must go back. Go back to where you came from.
I'm sorry, what's wrong with iron? I do not understand.
Iron is poison. It burns. It's deadly. No one carries iron here. You must leave.
Please.
I did not touch your friend with iron. Your friend touched my iron with no permission, nor asking.
It makes no difference.
It does make a difference. That's very rude.
Iron is forbidden.
Says who?
Everybody knows.
Well, I clearly don't.
Then you do not belong here. How
Well,
did
that's
you
what
get
I'm
here?
trying to tell you this. God, have you not been listening to our entire conversation? I mean, I told you how cool you were. Were you not listening to anything else?
How did you come here?
I told you I went underwater, I came up in your pool, and then there was an elk, and then there were some trees, and then some grass, and it kind of felt nice in my butt.
You don't hear so much as you feel a heavy steady rumbling, and you watch as the small creature behind the young lady, the buzzing intensifies, and you just hear it say,
Oh no! Oh no! They must have heard me. I gotta go. I'll see you later.
and it just zips down over the edge of the cliff, and you watch his little light zip out across the water of the fjord and kind of vanish as it dissipates in the distance. And the young lady says,
Oh dear. I really think it would be best if you left. If they catch you here with iron, it will be bad. If you came through the water, perhaps going through the water again will take you home. Please.
she moves her hands backward and kind of floats back, and you watch she kind of lowers a little bit into the water, and rather than like moving below, she just sort of merges more with the water until she's just like head and shoulders and arms, and she makes a gesture of opening into the water space between you and her.
Okay, I'll go, but can you please tell me your name first? I feel like I should at least know that if I'm about to leave after this whole conversation. I've already given you mine.
She shakes her head, and you can see like a vague expression of fear.
I understand. I am sorry that you feel afraid of me. It hurts my feelings a little bit, but I understand. Not the first time. It's fine. And Galatar will just get into the water, but he'll make sure he's holding onto that rock still that he has. And get into the water and see what happens.
So as you enter the water, you get about waist deep. Nothing. It's just cool. You see she backs up a little bit and gives you some space, but she is watching you very carefully.
I guess I'll like keep my hands in front of me with the rock in one hand and just kind of like slowly submerge my face and or my shoulders and my head into the water.
What are you thinking and feeling as you do so?
I think he's feeling very confused and hurt because he was really curious about this thing that's now very afraid of him. And I think he's thinking about how he would really like to know more about what's going on in this place, and feels a little like, I guess, frustrated that he can't get any answers to his questions.
With those feelings and thoughts and sensations in your mind foremost, you submerge, and the feeling of the surface tension on the water as it covers your head and moves through your hair is amazing. It's just too much. It's just so much sensation. Go under, holding your breath, and you can feel the movement of your hair in the water. Nothing happens. Come back up after a moment to get your breath, and you are still in this strange place.
Okay, but that did not seem to work. What should I do now?
She looks at you very suspiciously. Make a persuasion check.
Ooh, it's good for me. 22. Look at that, have a bonus this time.
All right. So she backs up a little more, and you can see as she reaches the shallow edge on the opposite side of you. She kind of sits up a little bit, puts her weight. She seems to be now sitting, but her legs sort of dissolve and merge with the water at her feet. She stares at you for like a hard couple of seconds as she tries to decide how to respond. And she just says, I don't know much about such things. What were you doing when you came here?
I was trying to hide from someone. As I was hanging out with my friends. Okay, what is that?
Increasing in volume. She takes a deep breath and sort of looks over your shoulder a little bit, and then back to you. That guardian of the fjord finds you here with iron. Will not go pleasantly. Must return home. Must try.
Okay. Can you please explain what is going on? I do not understand. You're treating me like an enemy in this suspicion. I just want to understand what is going on. Can you please tell me?
I don't have the words. I don't know what you are. Or where you're from.
But what are you? Where is this? What are
She
guardians
looks
of
like
fjord?
increasingly frustrated. I am what I am. Everyone knows. Yeah,
I do not.
clearly.
What is your name? Why won't you tell me it? Why are you treating me like some enemy? I have
Because I
iron
don't know
because
you.
of this.
And you bear iron.
What? It is
Think
not
of
my fault that I
what
do
you were
not know your
doing.
customs.
Just as you came here, and do the opposite. And she like raises herself up and looks very proud that she just thought of that.
That is a great
Oh, yeah.
suggestion. I don't really know how to do that.
Here.
Do I see anything behind me in the direction that she looked? Like, is there anything that I'm seeing if it's that big that it makes such rumbling?
At the moment, I would say turning back in the darkness with your disadvantage on ability checks.
Oh yeah, and my lack of dark vision,
You-
sure.
You can see like a vague, shadowy shape that is very, very large, like 15 feet tall. You can only barely make it out between the boughs of trees, but you see some of the smaller trees, which are only about a foot or two wide, being bent aside. You can hear the slight groaning as this large creature starts to make its way out of the darkness behind the trees. And he just says, "What's going on?"
I cast invisibility on myself.
Okay.
That requires no components.
Yeah. So now there's just a hole in the water.
Yeah, I put my feet out of I'm getting out of the water. I'm casting invisibility. Moving to the side.
Her eyes go wide, and she starts to look around, and you can just see like panic. You have to go now, before it's too late.
I don't know how to go through the water. It doesn't seem to work. What do you want?
She just is emphatic. You must go.
I just try to stick my head again into the water.
Just your face, or like you?
Like my whole
yourself?
body again,
Yeah.
but nothing's like changed in the state of his demeanor. He's still panicked and doesn't understand what's happening.
So now, as you go into the water this time, what now is foremost in your mind? What are you thinking and feeling and wanting?
The same thing. Like I want to understand what's going on because that's like the most important thing for him. Yeah, I mean, like that's what he wants is to understand like what is this thing before me? What is this other thing, and why is there a tiny little fairy that I've never seen before? And also, why are there so many like there are a million questions about like what is this context of this world in which I find myself that nobody will answer for me.
Okay. Give me 1 second. So at this point, you raise your head up out of the water again, and there is a deep groaning sound as one of the larger trees is kind of like bent a little bit, and stepping out of the shadows, topping out about like 16, 17 feet tall, is a dark gray skinned giant. And dangling in one hand is a long club of what looks like shaped and carved stone. Clean shaven, smooth skull with dark tattoos over the skull. Not a particularly stout looking creature. Like, it's not like a hill giant. It's not big and fat and rotund. It's actually kind of athletic in its build, but it is incredibly tall, and it looks very strong. Its eyes have a sort of almond shape and are slightly slanted. As it comes through into this clearing, it looks around the pool, and it sees you. Its brows. It looks across and it sees the girl.
So it can see me invisibly, like I can clock that it's.
Oh, sorry, I
clearly
forgot
able-
you were invisible. So now,
Yeah.
if you've come, are you out of the water
If
again
I
now?
see if I see that it's coming, because I have water breathing lasts for 24 hours, so if I cast it last night, it's still active. So like the moment I spot this thing, I'll just dip my head back under the water and just stay as low as I can.
Okay. So you flat out to the bottom of the pool and lie still. This creature steps into view. My lady. And I would say you probably can't hear this. You hear like a rumbling sound,
Yeah.
but then you hear, even underwater, perfect clarity, her voice as it says, "My lord." And you hear, "Yes, one of the little people was briefly in pain. But it's nothing to worry about. You have my word. They fled. It was a misunderstanding, and it will not happen again." "Yes, of course. Please, give Her Majesty my best." And you hear starts to fade. Eventually the sound fades away and you hear, "Well, certainly are full of surprises. He's gone, if you care to surface."
Huh.
Actually, I would say, so as you submerge yourself to hide on the bottom of the pool, I imagine at that moment there is a different thought in your head.
What about the like getting away from the giant?
Yeah, as that giant starts to move, you hear the tree part, and invisible, you turn and see it, and you dive to the bottom of the pool. That time,
Yeah.
thinking about escape and getting away,
Mhm.
you submerge into the pool, and you suddenly feel the temperature grow warm again, and it gets much brighter, so bright above you that you have to kind of shield your eyes, and you're suddenly being kicked by several feet, who now suddenly you all feel Galatar's body in the tub again.
Oh
And you
my
find
god.
yourself-
But we
once
don't
again,
see him because he's invisible.
You are invisible. Yeah.
Ah!
Yeah, I'll drop my invisibility.
Stop kicking me.
But I've still got that rock in my hand, right?
You do.
Huh.
Hey, there he is. We
Guys,
knew. We knew.
I think I just time traveled.
Okay, Galatar, we all do drugs.
It's always
Right,
messy.
we
we
the
all
first
been
turn.
time
It's
traveling,
like
bro.
2 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun is brilliant. There's sounds of people moving up and down the streets. The clouds moving across the sky. There's the wizard's tower. You can smell salt and food cooking and stale beer and yeah, overwhelming sensations.
No. You guys don't understand. There was like a water creature that I'd never seen before, and the giants. And she said dragons were common. And it was this place. Like I was in the same spot, except there was no wizard tower, no town, just like the same geography. But like humans had never been there before.
Means
Yeah,
you're
they-
doing it right, boss.
Right, maybe we
Have a
scale
drink.
back
Yeah.
your drugs one
Yeah.
level next
Try
time.
Yeah, you and Brina should switch drugs next time.
What happens if I try and teleport all of us to where the rock goes?
Oh my god.
Petrie's still in the ocean.
It's okay. I've teleported twice. But
I'm
now I'm like,
demi-plane
was
still.
I dreaming or is this a real thing? I mean, I've got a rock. Was it just a rock at the bottom of the little hot tub?
I think I'm starting to put together what's going on.
Even tripping.
That
Alexis is
rock.
like,
You guys watch as Galatar grips this stone and says a magic word.
I back away.
That's fine.
Does
I don't
anything
try and, like,
happen?
Stop you.
Nothing happens.
No, Galatar, you feel. Let's see.
I would recognize
I
it as
would
teleport
say
at
that
least.
the spell fails.
Hmm.
Yeah, you kind of summon the power, and as you go to release it, it just sort of like kind of choke on it, and it just is reabsorbed back into you. The
Okay,
spell
so it
casting
has-
fails.
bro.
It has to be. It has to be another time. If it was another place, the spell would not have failed.
Unless it wasn't here.
Unless it was in your fucking mind. You are
Yeah.
high.
On
You
so
get it?
much drugs.
You are on drugs.
I thought an
Guys,
elemental kidnapped you.
You don't understand. There was a giant, and there was a little fairy. It was
At
like a
this point,
human.
There's a door that
You don't
creaks
call
Oh,
open,
it's the fucking
Fairy.
manager.
and this older gentleman with a short
Oh, our
gray
friend
goatee
is
steps
back.
out, kind of rotund with an apron.
Perfect timing.
Good afternoon. How may I help you? Is someone called for the manager?
Come.
You know, I think it's okay now.
Super awkward.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Problem at all. I trust you are enjoying your stay. Please let
So
me or
much.
one of the servers know if you need anything. Thank you.
Ooh, anything.
Alexa,
What
did you
time does
mean?
dinner start?
He tells you that
This is
they
a
are
fucking
happy
pool.
to serve you a meal. The dinner, generally, as a meal, is served around sunset. Here they have like a light food bar that they can. It's sort of like a beach bar. Like they can make you like a sandwich or like a snack or something. Plenty of seafood.
But you guys, it was not a dream. It was a different. I have a freaking rock from that
I-
place.
yeah,
there
you
was
do
no
have
rock
the
in this
rock.
pool beforehand.
It's weird that you
That
have
is kind of irrefutable.
Also,
we
I
didn't
just
really
tried to
inspect
teleport
for
a spell you've
rocks,
seen me do a
so-
million times and it didn't work. And also, that grass felt really good. It wasn't a dream. There were stars and
We'll
giant
talk
trees with
to
silver.
Kolinar. Maybe we can make a fork out of the rock.
Mm,
Not right now.
Yes.
Not after vacation.
But we
There
could
was
talk to
a
Wizard
water
Tower.
creature.
maybe we don't
was-
have to tell him the whole story.
Yeah, just the really important part.
Just-
Kola's
yeah.
embarrassed.
We'll tell him that you tried to stop us, but there's got something.
Well, I'm sorry.
happened.
I should say I would like to know, is Kala embarrassed?
Oh yeah.
Oh, good.
That's all I need to know.
He doesn't seem like a narc fellow.
Ooh. Can I send a message to that creature?
Mm,
Because Alexa's message worked to me.
yes, it's 5% chance.
Is it 5% chance? I thought it was 95% chance, even if they weren't on the same plane. I
Well,
thought it was 5% chance of failure.
5% chance of failure
Ah,
and
yeah.
95%
Yeah,
chance
yeah.
of success. Yes.
Yeah, you can certainly try.
Hmm.
Sure. I'll just send a message and say, hello, this is Galata. I'm still very confused, but I wanted to say thank you for trying to help me.
A couple of tense seconds go by, and the response is, "Oh dear. I suppose you're welcome. That was foolish to come here. I would not do it again." That's the end.
Okay, guys. First of all, she just talked to me. I know this sounds crazy. It's all in my head, but it's not.
I mean,
And-
you're still high.
No, you're still high.
I
but
do
there
a
was
lot
a
of head talking.
Look,
I'm
you
with
just because you wave your hands and start talking to somebody while you're high doesn't mean
Yeah.
much.
don't understand.
I literally did that to talk to him, so I can't.
Now hold on,
I
hold
can't
on here.
argue
How
with
could
it.
you just said you traveled in time? So how could you have traveled back in time if Alexa's talking to you in
Yeah.
the current
But I
moment?
just talked to that creature. That's what I'm telling you. How
How
do I
do
just disappear into
It's
the
a
water and
different
then
plane.
reappear? I know I'm
But
hyped. I'm
how-
still a capable user of magic.
How can you
Like-
now talk to somebody in the past? Do
Yeah,
you
they'd
see
be
how that
dead,
doesn't?
right?
They're dead.
If it was, yeah.
You don't always
Resonance.
know how magic works. We understand the basic concepts, but there's a lot more to the
Hmm.
arcane, as Kola, I'm sure, knows from her time with Kolinar than we fully grasp.
He doesn't talk to dead people.
Yeah,
I'm not
I
talking
mean,
to a dead person, I'm talking to a living person, but in a different state of time, which means that their matter is still alive and around. I'm just talking to them at
Well-
a different point in the continuum. Time is
Wonk-
relative.
Wonka's razor tells us
Oh
that
my god.
the simplest solution is most likely the right, well, most often the correct one. And you're high.
What if he was here the whole time and we
Alexa,
were
you see,
all
like,
so
this
high?
spectral mermaid just floating in the air behind
All right,
Galatar's
guys,
head.
I got to go. I got to work on this. And Galatar just like hops out of the pool and just walks out.
Hey, are they foul?
Hey.
Don't forget your pants.
Britten to the bottom of the pool and kind of taps on the base just to see.
Solid stone base. It's actually a little warmer down there. You feel like a little heat from the stones.
Yeah, no, he's totally lying, dude. What's that even about?
I don't know, man. Some drugs
Oh,
affect
but I
people.
will, when I leave, I'll grab a rock after I get my stuff from here, and then I will immediately teleport back to Lion's Arch to go see Kolinar. Yeah, Galatar's pretty pissed. He had what he felt like was a pretty important experience. Nobody believed him, so he can just fucking go himself.
Well,
They're different. You can explain it all you want. We'll never experience it.
How long do the rest of you stay in the
Rude.
pool area?
Probably till the high wears off.
Till the high wears off, baby.
Yeah.
Till the high wears off and the water gets cold.
I suppose at some point I am definitely I'll be submerging myself, and I mean, like, I'm gonna be thinking, take me to Galatar's place. Does that change anything?
What is it?
I mean,
Oh, you submerge.
yeah.
So you kind of get antsy and take a deep breath, and as you submerge beneath the water, you kind of open your eyes because the water's perfectly clear. It's not like chlorinated. It's not dirty. It's it's kept very clean.
I can't close my eyes anyways.
Ah, are you still in your robe?
Well, I don't lose the
Floating around the
effect,
pool.
but I don't know how it really works, I guess.
I think that only is active when you're wearing the robe.
Mm.
Yeah. But so you at least close your your human eye or your
Right.
biological eyes, I assume. Even if you can still see if your robe's not on you, you're seeing what the robe sees.
Right. That's what I kind of always
Yeah.
assumed is like I see through the robe, so it's like covered up, so it's
Maybe.
dark.
I'll have to read that because I think it depends on.
Because you can't
You
cover.
might have to wear it.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Yeah.
I don't know if the item description is. Or at least
But
what they have
I would
deep
say like
beyond.
you opening your biological eyes underwater,
Mm.
you see the temperature remains normal, the
Mm.
light remains normal, and you have this vivid impression of Galatar lying there, hands behind his head, sword strapped to his back, and he's just like kinda like pulling a goofy face at you.
Yeah.
He's just like lying on the bottom tub with everyone else's feet.
Hmm.
That's it.
All right.
Wow. I will say 9:30 might be a good
Yeah,
out time for me
I am a
here.
little hungry.
I was gonna say it's
Yeah.
probably about stopping time if that's okay.
This is cool though.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Wild.
Yeah, fun
What
to
a
just dick around for a
Wild
little
twist
bit.
at the end in the middle of a heart-to-heart with drugs.
Not expecting such a pivot.
No.
Yeah. I look forward to picking this up. We'll cut it here and we'll come back next time and
I
see
mean,
what
is
the
this a
hell
good place
happens.
to totally
Yeah.
Sounds
Honestly.
good.
I will say,
Wednesday.
Keytree.
Yeah, we do kind of need to maybe finish Kichi's little narrative.
Oh yeah.
Let's not leave her in the
Anytime Keytree's ready, you can say that she decides to come and find the party and join them. It's easy enough. You can just transform into a bird, fly around till you see them bathing.
Mm-hmm.
You know? But you don't have to stay down there for 8 hours. But you can stay as long as you feel the need.
No.
See some fjords. Pretty cool.
If I'm gonna, I don't know, how does the water look? Do the fish seem happy? How much environmental activism does she need to engage in?
This is actually, I mean, like people fish here like normal people do, but this is like a pristine, like Alaskan fjord type of look. It's in a more temperate latitude, but I mean it's kept very clean because the fjord here and the ocean beyond is a big tourist destination. So like there's no trash, people aren't dumping stuff in this fjord.
Then where are they dumping stuff, Ryan?
It's a
But
whole
they are.
sustainable community.
Yeah.
Huh?
It's your
Oh.
waste
You've not
community.
spent enough time in town to know.
went right to the ocean.
You were on land for like literally like 2 minutes.
30 seconds was like, bye.
Enough of this.
Fucking yeet.
I mean, honestly, I'll probably have her stay there for like the better part of the day.
Fuck yeah, Gadri. Do
She's
it.
like,
But
you
it's
know,
Kichi's vacation too.
this
So
is
just
Yeah.
for context, you guys got in about noon-ish. If you were gonna stay like 7 or 8 hours, that'd be like about 8 o'clock at night.
yeah, like late dinner time.
After
at
we've had our
the-
whale steaks.
So
Good.
say
good.
the whale steaks will be served about 6 p.m.
Yeah, sure.
So if you showed up about 7, just to give you guys an idea, this is like 2:15 at this point that Galatar has disappeared and you don't know. So you've still got like 4 hours.
I mean, also, the high's gonna take a while to wear off.
Yeah,
different
is that like
Come out of that
12
hot
hours?
tub, dehydrated as
You guys,
fuck.
you guys don't remember from the last campaign, Moon Moss lasts for 12 hours,
Yeah.
and you cannot sleep during that time.
Fuck.
And when the effect ends, you immediately fall
Yeah.
unconscious and sleep for 12 hours and
Oh.
cannot be forcefully awakened.
That's gonna be fun tomorrow.
I see my this is the kind of vacay I'm talking about, guys. Like
Guys, I do this shit on the weekend.
How long do the other drugs last?
About an hour.
Okay, the mushrooms too.
The mushrooms may only last a minute.
Okay.
Cool, so we're in it for the long haul.
Yeah, the Moon Moss gang, we're fucking
we're in it for a while.
pack it in. We're staying up tonight.
So yeah, with the mushrooms, if you succeed on the save for a minute, you get the vivid hallucinations, and you have advantage on the saves against charm and frightened, and ability checks to see through illusions. If you fail, you're poisoned for an hour and have different bad things.
I like that the Moon Moss is like, you don't get a save, okay? You made a bad choice with your life. These are drugs, and there are consequences.
You like ritually inhaled these flames, and you were going on a vision quest. Yeah.
You're going on a
vision
vision quest. Galatar fucking did too.
Yeah.
Teleporting back to LA, still high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
That felt like the
Like
wizard thing to do while
bloodshot
high.
Shows up at Culinar's door,
so hard.
and he's like, I've seen it. I've seen the other side.
I'm imagining a young Rick Sanchez. Like, Colinar, you gotta help me, Colinar. Drugs, man. I'm teleported back here. I went someplace and saw a water nymph. Wubba lubba dub dub.
So she was a water nymph.
She was a naiad. Yeah.
Oh, she was a naiad. Okay.
That's funny.
Water nymph. Yeah.
When do we want to play again?
Wednesday, right?
I
We have to say we're
can't
not-
do Wednesday.
Oh, I think
can't
the
do
reason we played today.
Oh,
was
the reason we
because-
played today was
loony over here.
unbelievable.
Then the one next Wednesday is good.
We can do the 17th. Yeah.
I'm good. 17.
Yes.
17th is good.
Like 6:30 Eastern.
Sure.
Yeah, 17th's fine.
Gang, gang.
All right. Sounds good.
All right, guys. I gotta hop off here.
Me too.
All right.
Bye,
Good
team.
hanging, y'all.
That was fun. That was a good one.
Hell yeah, this was
Bye.
a good one.
Give it.